recognition of guests, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today. Getting some great rain out there, desperately need it for the farmers, and we hope for a great cropping season for them. Hopefully we'll get a bit of a break and then get the rest of their crop in the ground, but it is great to have the rain. The Premier will be here shortly, Mr. Speaker. Don't usually mention that, but I will because he's coming back from the clinic where he got his COVID vaccination. He with Dr. Heather Morrison and with Chief of Nursing Marion Dowling. So the three of them are there receiving their vaccination, and the Premier should be along shortly. Mr. Speaker, this Saturday marks the beginning of the roadside cleanup for the PEI Women's Institute. Anyone who's been driving the highways have probably already seen bags full, and I can say that on my trip to town, Mr. Speaker, in Orwell, Ann and Dave McDonald do their share and a number of other people's shares because they are on the Trans-Canada, got a number of bags filled, and they don't even live on the Trans-Canada, but they're continually cleaning up the roadside, and it does certainly make a difference. Mr. Speaker, the Charlottetown Airport is hosting their annual YYG runway run this weekend, and the proceeds are going to the family of Randy and Valerie Diamond. Randy passed away just recently, and Valerie has been a long-time employee of the Charlottetown Airport. Randy lost his battle to cancer, and Randy and Valerie actually lived down in Flat River many moons ago. I remember them being very active members of our community, so my condolences and go out to Valerie and her family, and I know that the run will be very successful. I believe it starts at 9 a.m. And individuals can register online. And lastly, while I have the floor, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say harness racing starts this Saturday. We've got many people very excited to get back out there on the track, and the fact that we are the only track in Canada right now in operation is quite a feat. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to a wonderful and successful season, and I hope everyone has a great day. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Welcome back, everybody, and on this day, where we're being blessed with some Scottish weather at a time when the Scottish Parliament is being voted in today. The Scottish Parliament, which is voted in on a proportional basis. And I want to wish my many friends over there and family who will be voting today, and also, of course, everybody who's put their name up for election. Particularly, I want to say a shout out to the two co-leaders of the Scottish Green Party. One is Patrick Harvey, he's been one of the leaders for some time, and more recently a Canadian from Calgary, actually. Her name is Lorna Slater, and she is the other co-leader of the Scottish Greens. So I wish them well today, and I look forward to seeing the results later tonight. Here at home, on the front page of The Guardian, it featured many of the folks who provide delicious food at the farmers market here in Charlottetown. There are many in other farmers markets, of course, across the province, but The Guardian featured folks in the Charlottetown market, including 4S Catering. 4S Catering is an extraordinary family. Sheena and Sunil and their children, Sandra and Samuel, they're new. Well, they're not that new. They've been on Prince Edward Island now for a number of years, but they're relative newcomers to Canada and to Prince Edward Island, and they have contributed in astonishing ways to the community here. They provide monthly drop-in meals free of charge in Charlottetown, and one of the ways that they cover the costs of that is they have a fundraising event every year. They haven't been able to do it last year because of COVID, but just an extraordinary family in terms of their community commitment. They're also a very talented family, and Samuel, their son, is frequently a soloist with the Confederation Children's Choir, and he's also a fine trumpet player, maybe almost as good as the Minister of Education and Early Learning. And Samuel recently won the Level 1 trumpet player for the Cadet Soloist competition here on the island with the Royal Army Cadets in Charlottetown. So congratulations to Samuel and to the whole family. Thank you for all of the contributions you make to our community. One final little musical note. This past week's been a busy one for Jackson Gillis, a 4-year-old who lives in Riverdale Road in District 17. Some of you may have seen Jackson on Compass last night, performing with his dad, Brandon. Jackson, he's only 4, but my gosh, he can pump out Sonny's Dream like nobody's business, and he's been featured here and also in Newfoundland. And he's just an extraordinary little guy. And of course, his parents, both Brandon and Jennifer, are also musicians. They're no stranger to island stages, and they're wonderful musicians. And during the interview, I noted that Jackson also shared the news and to the radio audience that they're going to have a new baby. So the Gillis Trio is going to become a quartet, and I look forward to hearing them all together. And finally, Speaker, again on a local note, the Lazy Days Takeout, which is the hub of activity for those who live in the Canoe Cove area on the Pearly Shaw Road there, will be opening this weekend for Mother's Day. So I encourage anybody who lives in the area or is visiting the beautiful South Shore to drop into Lazy Days Takeout if you have a hunkering for anything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to give a shout out to Jackson Gillis, who he picked a very fine song, Sonny's Dream. And you know, he comes from a talented family. I know his dad, and I went to school with his granddad, Irvin Gillis, and they are very talented musicians. And it was a pleasure to hear him last night on Compass. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't all that nice of a ride down today with the nasty weather, and as the Minister of Finance said, you know, the farmers need the rain, but the fishers didn't need the rain today, but it's all part of what we do here on PEI, and I wish the fishers a safe journey in today. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to express my sincere condolences to the family of the late Neil McDonald, who recently passed away after a battle with cancer. Many knew Neil as the operator of Neil's Ambulance Services, which was one of 5 private companies to provide ambulance services across Prince Edward Island before a provincial ambulance service was established. If you were around at the time in 2006, you will recall Neil was not overly happy with the government of the day's decision on this particular matter. Neil was very active in his community. He was a member of the Royal Park United Church and volunteered for both the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and the town of Stratford. Neil is also the father of Doug McDonald, who is the president of the PEI Liberal Party. And on behalf of the Liberal Caucus, I extend our sincere condolences to Doug and his family on the passing of their father. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, similar to the Leader of the Third Party, I want to extend my most sincere condolences to the family of Neil McDonald. Neil passed away on Tuesday, May the 4th. And over the years, Neil was deeply involved with the town of Stratford. Neil and his wife, Gail, were very active in the community for many years, including the Crossroads Council. In fact, they have a volunteer award named after them at the town of Stratford that is awarded annually to a deserving resident. It's titled the Gail and Neil McDonald Volunteer of the Year Award. Neil and Gail were also instrumental in running Stratford's Winter Carnival Festival for many, many years, and the annual New Year's Day levy, which is probably one of the most popular levies here on PEI in recent years. As well, he spent many years in sister cities of Stratford and did exchange programs around the world with the choir that they participated with. Just to name a few of Neil's accomplishments, as the honourable member mentioned, he was the former owner-operator of Neil's Ambulance. He was a lifetime Mason, 50-plus years as a Shriner, past president several times of the PEI Ambulance Operators Association, past president of the PEI Funeral Home Association, past president of the Atlantic Funeral Home Association, and past president of the Canadian Funeral Home Association. Neil also had a passion for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and was an integral fundraiser for the QEH Foundation year after year. To Gail and the entire McDonald family, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers and that we will be forever grateful for Neil's contributions to make our community what it is today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown, West Royal.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and say hello to everybody in District 14 today, and especially I saw there was a busy part of the district where Maypoint and Beech Grove Road meet. There's a new little active transportation trail in there, and I see a lot of residents in the area using that, and it's well needed in the area. So it's nice to see them using it and smiling up and down and walking and getting fit and well. Just want to send a special hello to Charlottetown Rural today, especially Kent Avery's history class who are watching today. They're watching in, and just encouraging them to stay awake and make sure that you're paying attention, and you will make your own history someday. So that's what history is. Look at it in the terms of where you're going, and enjoy today and make your own history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Social Development and Housing.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I want to welcome everyone watching the proceedings today, especially from District 18, Rustical Emerald. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to send out my condolences to the family, friends, everyone really who knew Jean Doherty, who passed away this week. She was taken from us much too early. She just retired last summer from a long career in the provincial public service. She was a communications officer. Mr. Speaker, she was really my introduction as a new minister. She was my senior communications officer, and she really taught me the ropes. And I will always remember Jean for her vast knowledge, her calm demeanor, her quick wit, her love of and care for plants. She helped many people make sure to keep their plants going in their offices, and her wonderful giggling laugh, Mr. Speaker. She will be sorely missed. Thank you.
The honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quickly, I just wanted to do a shout out to Jeff McKinley. Ronnie's son moved home from Alberta and is opening up a small business there right in Ronnie's yard, actually called the Harley Shop. Jeff moved away 14 years ago with, as his mom says, nothing but a plastic bag over his shoulder, and has done very well for himself in Alberta, and thought it was time to come home, and is turning his hand to this business, and I wanted to wish him well. And Mr. Speaker, I was talking to Ricky Sanderson this morning, one of the largest farmers in the island, and Ricky was telling me that the rain is a blessing, but we had a little quick chat about shipping potatoes, and he was telling me that last year he was still shipping into July because of COVID and everything that was happening, and this year he's already done. So if that's any indication of optimism for PEI, hopefully that's what happens this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to take the opportunity not only to send greetings to everyone in District 11, but to send congratulations to the most recent group of artists whose works have been selected for the Provincial Art Bank. There's over 130 submissions this year, but 8 artists have been selected to have their works added to that art bank, which are available across the province. And Mr. Speaker, it's really important that they're not asked to donate their work. They are paid a fair market value, and for artists, this is a really important part, that their work is recognised and valued through investment as well as commission and display. So congratulations going out to Donnelly Down, O'Neill Cuckoo, Jodie Samuelson, Kirsty McCallum, Melissa Peter Paul, Naid Adogian, Norma Jean McLean, and Patricia Bork. I'm looking forward to seeing some of these pieces in spaces around the province. Also, Mr. Speaker, take the opportunity to, speaking about arts, to remind island artists that grants are open now for the 2021 spring round for grant applications under creation, dissemination, and professional development. And these are another critical piece of how we can support island artists to invest in their work and also to find new ways to bring projects forward. I know many artists personally who have really benefited from being able to access these programs and services, Mr. Speaker. So it's an opportunity for artists to make sure they don't miss out on the deadlines and opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did I miss anyone? No? Member statement. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you so much, Speaker. We who sit in this House are extraordinarily privileged. We are the only 27 people in Prince Edward Island who get to make the laws of this land. It is our duty as we carry out this work to do it carefully and to do it precisely. We must produce high-quality legislation the best it can possibly be, and we must be exact in our work. A misplaced comma or a single word can change the whole intent of a piece of legislation, so we need to be picky. It's our responsibility to point out potential issues with draft legislation and where possible to offer suggestions to strengthen and clarify the intent of a bill. Earlier this week, the member from Mermaid Stratford stated that we bring forward or we amend legislation to make things better for islanders. That's a beautifully eloquent and succinct way to describe the complex process of making laws, to make things better for islanders. I have fought for 6 years to improve rural internet service to make things better for islanders. And government has definitely moved forward recently with changes that give me far more confidence than I have ever had that we will actually finally end up with true high-speed internet for all islanders, regardless of where you live. Recently, the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture made a very explicit commitment to this House, where all residents of Prince Edward Island would be serviced with internet where the speeds meet the minimum requirements of the most recent CRTC guidelines, 100% of residents by June 2023. Even the most difficult areas where topography and remoteness make that challenging to provide services that meet those CRTC guidelines. So earlier this week, we continued debate on Bill 105 to make internet an essential service. I have stated on a number of occasions that I fully support the intent of this bill and I want it to pass. However, there are some parts of the bill that are less than precise. And as written, the demands on government are actually less than they have already committed to. I brought forward amendments to change this and to strengthen the bill so that it actually holds government to account, not just in the short term, but indefinitely, as internet expectations inevitably increase. I want this bill to pass, but I want it to pass in a form that ensures that all islanders will be guaranteed true high-speed internet for decades to come. And in this spirit, I look forward to the bill coming back for amicable debate and for this legislature passing the strongest bill possible to finally provide the internet service that all islanders need and deserve to make things better for islanders. Thank you, Speaker.
Charlottetown Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Big Brothers Big Sisters of Prince Edward Island plays a crucial role in helping many children and youth overcome societal barriers and adversities. Every day, volunteers with the Big Brothers Big Sisters across our province are making a vital difference in the lives of island youth by creating life-changing mentoring relationships that ignite the potential of our next generation. To quote BBBS PEI, when a child has a mentor, the odds they will be emotionally, socially, and physically healthy increases dramatically. And when we have healthy young people in our communities, everyone benefits. Mr. Speaker, as we all know too well, that the pandemic has placed great strain on our not-for-profits here in the province, making the success of their fundraising initiatives very important to supporting the good work that they do. For Big Brothers Big Sisters, one of their largest annual fundraising campaigns is their Dream Cottage campaign, and this year marks their 28th year holding this fundraiser. Anyone who has been out in the Charlottetown Mall area will have seen the model cottage on display in my area. This year, the team at Big Brothers Big Sisters have made some tweaks to the campaign, which will reflect this time when people are spending more time in their homes. Among those tweaks are offering a fully loaded cottage, Mr. Speaker, as an option, and also increasing the alternative cash prize to $75,000. Another bonus feature is that the Dream Cottage was built to serve as a year-round home, which will add to its appeal. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a constituent of mine, Heather Doran. Heather is the Communication and Development Manager for the Big Brothers Big Sisters PEI. I want to thank her for her invaluable work and her significant contributions in empowering island youth to reach their full potential, and also her amazing work on making this campaign so successful every year. The Cottage of Your Dreams, or that $75,000 cash draw, will be held on or before September 10th. There are early bird prizes, and a reminder that last year's tickets sold out very early, so do not miss out. If you do want tickets, Mr. Speaker, you can call 1-877-411-DRAW. You can visit bbbspei.ca, or I recommend you visiting the cottage and checking it out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Mr. Speaker. Social emotional learning, or SEL. We hear often about the importance of SEL, but what exactly does it mean? Why is it important? When we talk about social emotional learning, we are talking about being able to control ourselves through our emotions, feeling angry but not lashing out, feeling sad but not shutting down, feeling happy but staying focused. It allows us to make healthy and appropriate relationships with friends, family, coworkers, and everyone in our lives. These foundational skills that set the tone for how and who we are in this world. These are the skills that our children need in order to become productive and happy. Success in academics cannot be attained without them. But despite the best efforts of our educators, our current system is not set up to prioritize this. I often hear the term school readiness, and this drives me crazy because when we say that, most of us think academics. It's not academics that our children need at a young age. It is social emotional learning. It is time outdoors. It is play. If a child is not taught these basic life skills at a young age, they will probably never learn them. Children who cannot control themselves in class and stay seated at a desk cannot achieve success at school. The number of children in this boat is growing every year, and many programs and services, such as Behavior Resource, for example, have been created to try and address these issues. But imagine if we taught these children how to handle their emotions before it got to this point. If we adapted the system to include more movement and play that children naturally need, perhaps then our behavioral resources would not be overwhelmed like they are today. A lack of SEL can lead to a lifetime of consequences for our students. When we do not have the opportunity to learn these foundational skills, we often turn to self-medicating. We often have unhealthy relationships. We do not have the ability to make rational, healthy decisions. We don't feel great about ourselves. We are often not healthy adults. A lack of social emotional learning can affect our students' abilities to be competitive in the workforce. Skills that employers are looking for have evolved significantly over time. 21st century skills for employment include creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, information literacy, adaptability, leadership, social skills, productivity. These skills are learned directly from social emotional learning. The future success of our province depends on the success of our students. As leaders in this province, we must commit to implementing changes that we know will make major improvements in the lives of our youth and children. It is critical that we give them the very best evidence-based education that we can. It is our duty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as noticed. The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I had questions from the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere on translation of information for Islanders who do not have English or French as a first language. I went back to the department for a follow-up, and the department has partnered with the PEI Association for Newcomers to Canada and Nuelicom, a local company, to develop an app to assist in communication with the newcomer population. The app provides information in 11 different languages, including French, Arabic, Chinese, Spanish, and Vietnamese. The app allows newcomers to view information on topics such as local events, medical clinics, local weather, and waste collection in their primary language. The app also allows the PEI ANC to provide accurate information on a variety of topics, such as critical public health notifications to clients of PEI ANC, as well as provide clients with a centralized information hub of programs, events, initiatives in a convenient technological format designed for everyday access. The department is currently working with Nuelicom to expand the service offering to include provincial government departments and offices such as the Public Schools Branch. And as well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member asked if any of our staff have reached out or had any discussions on the Futurepreneur program, and I'm happy to say yes. Staff at Innovation PEI met with Futurepreneur last week to get more details about the new federal funding and the programming available. While this is not a provincial program, we always try to connect Islanders with programs and funding opportunities that will help them succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No one else? For our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Speaker. The Minister of Environment has spoken a lot recently about trees and of the importance and value of our island forests. he expressed concerns about the results that will soon be coming back from the island-wide study on the state of those island forests. And the minister said, I quote, "I suspect that the pictures are going to show that we've drastically reduced the amount of forest here on Prince Edward Island, which is probably not good news," unquote. I agree with him entirely, and that's a worrisome statement for all islanders to hear. And I'm wondering what sort of reduction the minister would consider drastic. Is that 5%, 10%? What is it?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as the members of the House know, we've done a LiDAR, a flyover, so we have the pictures, and we just completed an RFP to get a company to basically look at the pictures and match them against the previous ones to give us the exact number. So I can't say definitively, but it looks somewhere around 20% reduction, which is, I would consider, very drastic for a number of reasons, not the least of which we have plans to reach carbon neutrality, and this is going to put a major dent in it unless we both reverse it and put programs in place and get action on trees. So that's the unfortunate news, and it's not good news. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
That's truly is drastic and a shocking statistic. Historically, the amount of the island that has been treed has fluctuated considerably, and when the first European settlers arrived here in 1720, the island was completely covered by old-growth forest, which had been developing since the glaciers retreated 12,000 years prior to that. But in more recent times, as the million-acre forest became the million-acre farm, forest cover has dipped to as low as 30%. But if the minister's statistic is right, last year, the last State of the Forest report said there was 46% cover. Now, I don't know if it's 20% of that 46% or 20% overall, but if it's 20% overall, that would be the lowest forest cover ever recorded on Prince Edward Island. But of course, the tree cover only tells part of the story. The quality of the trees is important too, and perhaps even more important than the quantity. A hectare of intact, mature, climax Acadian old-growth forest does not equal a hectare of a stand of 30-year-old white spruce. To the same minister, when reforesting Prince Edward Island, will your department be placing a strong emphasis on using native species and creating mixed plantations rather than monocultures?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So yeah, I think that's where we are. I think that's where we're headed, is the mixed Acadian forest. We have to put a concerted effort on it, so I think you're going to see it at the department here in the next little while. I mean, I've only recently been apprised of this since the House has been sitting, so I really haven't had a whole lot of time to dedicate to what our fix is going to be, but we're going to have some major fixes put in place. So along with increasing our tree planting, which I said yesterday we're going to increase, we hope to get it to 2 million trees. So that's kind of the goal. We planted 1 million in the last 2 years. We want to get it to 2 million. But we have to look at the industry as a whole and about growing the trees for a longer period of time, than not harvesting them when they're immature, a sustainable harvest so that our cover doesn't drop. And I think that we're going to look at, as part of our net zero initiative, hiring in somebody who is an absolute expert in that area to help direct that. As far as our net zero goals, I mean, we have a number of forestry people who are already experts, but we're going to put a major focus on it as far as our net zero plan, because quite frankly, we have to reverse what has happened. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm kind of still reeling from the first statistic the minister gave us. And in the most recent State of the Forest report, which was released in 2010, in the preceding 10 years, there was about a 3% reduction in forest cover, and they were alarmed at that. And the minister tells us today it could be in the region of 20%. So that gives you some indication of how serious this is. I've personally heard of and I've witnessed a number of places on Prince Edward Island where land which had previously been owned and managed for generations in a responsible manner to preserve the integrity of the forest there has been sold. And the new owners have proceeded to clear-cut large swaths of intact, healthy, old-growth forest, something that we already have precious little of. To the same minister, does this sort of behaviour concern you? And if so, what will your department do to preserve what little mature forest we have left?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Well, that's a great question. I know yesterday I had a discussion in the kitchen with one of your members. It was a debate because we don't get to debate enough in the House, her and I, but we've talked about this exact issue. And I am very concerned. So I'll start there. I'm very concerned. we have to look at protecting our forests. We have to look at better ways to encourage people to protect, and we have to come up with some sort of a carbon plan that we can reward people for keeping their forests intact. And I think we have to look at what our options would be to penalize people for taking that away. And I know that in the discussion with one of your members, which I haven't had any time to research yet, she mentioned about the evaluation of forests as per the Suzuki Foundation. So I'm looking for, when I get the chance to look at that information, I'm going to see how that works and how they have valued forests, and see if we can come up with some sort of program to match that. But of course, this is very preliminary because we haven't done the work on it, because as I said, this is something that I've only found out since the House has started. But I am extremely concerned, and I commit to coming up with a plan I think that we can all agree to. And quite frankly, this may be, when the time comes and we have the proper report, this may be good work for committee to kind of come up with some recommendations to help steer the ship back around and look what best practices are around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I appreciate the Minister's concern. I also appreciate the willingness to listen to a committee and the report that they bring back with recommendations. Many years ago, it was around the turn of the century, a Prince Edward Island government attempted to regulate forest management on private land, and it didn't go terribly well. One of the biggest challenges that we face as an island community in need of healthy forests is that almost 90% of our land is privately owned, and we rely on the goodwill and the responsible nature of those landowners to do the right thing and protect the forest that we have. In the latest State of the Forest report, 80% of government funding to private woodlot owners was going to plantations, with only 20% going to forest enhancement. The goal of the report was to reach 50-50 funding, equal amounts going to enhancement and planting. To the same minister, with your commitment to double the number of trees being planted, is this funding balance, which is absolutely required to protect the little mature forest that we have left, is that still the goal?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Well, I think with the news that was delivered, I think that all bets are off as far as programming and strategy. So I think we have to relook at I think we have to start from scratch, because we'll have nothing left here. If we wait for another 10-year report, there won't be anything left to talk about. So I think we have to re-strategize and look at what we need to do. So I met with the Woodlot Owners Association. I met at their AGM. I spoke to them here a couple of weeks ago, and I talked about my openness to work with them, which I'm quite open to work with them and create opportunities. So the woodlot owners, and many of them are looking beyond themselves and their generation. They're looking at their children and their grandchildren to have something in place that has some sort of intrinsic value that they can pass on. So we need to turn Islanders' minds to the generations beyond them, what's going to be left from the decisions that we make today. And of course, that's the basis of sustainability, is that what we do today doesn't negatively impact the future generations. And unfortunately, some of the things that we've done are clearly going to negatively impact our future generations. And the best we can do now is to mitigate them and start trying to reverse them. And it'll be well into my children's time, when they're my age, before we can reverse it back to 2010 even. But I think we have to start the work today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I must say how encouraging and refreshing it is to hear an Environment Minister talk in those terms about long-term planning and sustainability, and the requirement for us to make decisions today that will have a positive impact on our children and our grandchildren's future. Planting trees is a worthy activity, and I applaud the Minister for wanting to double the existing planting capacity that we have. But if we're planting 1 million saplings a year, and at the same time we're cutting down 5 million mature trees, then that's a problem. It's not the net number of trees, it's the net number of trees that we have to be concerning ourselves with, and of course the overall health of our land and forests. To the same minister, how is this government, under your watch as Environment Minister, going to assure islanders that the size and health of island forests will be preserved and protected and even enhanced in the years ahead?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
That's a great question. And so it's really stretching my my knowledge and ability in the department. As you know, I'm just a politician, so I rely on experts to help me make these decisions. But it's funny, I had a discussion in my office prior to coming over here today with an expert who has expert advice, who is going to come and help us solve these things. And we talked about things like sustainability, about old growth forests, about allowing trees to get to old growth, having proper management plans on them, planning for future years, and sustainable harvest. So about actually creating sustainability inside it so that we have what we need as far as carbon sinking here in Prince Edward Island, so that woodlot owners still have the ability to draw a meager income from their woodlot, all while maintaining the pieces of forest for future generations. So I think what you're going to see in the not too distant future, because I told them that in our office that we have to get our gas on the pedal and right to the mat on this, because we don't want to wait for the report. If somebody's looking at the maps and saying it looks like this, we're pretty confident that an expert's going to give us a similar type number. So maybe it's 17, or maybe it's 16, or maybe it's 25. But it's they're just taking a guess at this point until we have the work done. But regardless, we know it's going to be bad. So we don't need to wait a year to start making adaptations to what we're doing. We can make adaptations right away, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Summerside South Drive.
Mr. Speaker, in July 2020, I asked the Minister of Justice and Public Safety if he has had conversations about decriminalisation. The answer was not yet, but that he would. My question to the Minister: since then, have you discussed the issue with Police Chiefs Dr. Morrison and the Minister of Health and Wellness, and what have been the outcomes of those discussions?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I haven't had those conversations yet, but Mr. Speaker, as soon as the legislature is over, and this summer, I hope to have conversations with all those people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the mobile mental health units will have police involved at times, and there is sometimes a correlation between mental health crisis and drug use. It is unnecessary and unfair for the threat of criminal repercussions to hang over the head of a person reaching out for help. This could even keep some from seeking help in the first place. Question to the Minister: do you feel that mobile mental health units will be undermined if the possession of drugs remains criminalized while islanders are reaching out for help?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we focus on therapeutic measures, Mr. Speaker, we have to realize that police play a major role in public safety here, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to mental health calls, addiction is a big part of those calls, Mr. Speaker. And but at the end of the day, it's about the public safety, and we have to continue to work with, to train for crisis intervention training, Mr. Speaker, which all our police are getting right now, Mr. Speaker. And as far as decriminalization, it's a conversation that we will continue to have with a focus on addiction, of course, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you have to start the conversation before you can continue the conversation, Minister, but I've heard the Minister commit to a restorative and community-focused approach to law enforcement. That will be much easier to accomplish if possession of drugs was decriminalized. As an interim measure, last summer, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada issued a new directive advising prosecutors to avoid prosecuting simple drug possession cases, especially where the possession relates to a substance use disorder. A question to the Attorney General: how are prosecutors on PEI implementing this new directive?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our Crown prosecutors take every aspect on the proper measurements, Mr. Speaker, on the proper approach to when it comes to criminalization, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure they're doing due diligence when it comes to what charges are laid, Mr. Speaker, and the best outcome for everybody involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, The Guardian published an important story about a grieving family that was hurt when government issued an alert stating that a woman had died from an accidental overdose involving cannabis mixed with fentanyl. Later, the chief coroner ruled there was no illicit substances in her system. In fact, the presence of fentanyl was a result of a false positive obtained by police. A question to the Minister of Justice: what are you doing to ensure that police are collecting and sharing accurate information about drugs in our community so that innocent families aren't inadvertently harmed?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and empathy goes out to the family of the person who lost her life. It's a very unfortunate measure, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the CPHO reported what they had learned, Mr. Speaker, and we will, from the coroner's office, Mr. Speaker, we have to err on the side of caution all the time, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to the RCMP, I'll definitely have this conversation with the RCMP, ensure the integrity of the information that is passed forward is correct, and we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ministers of the Crown should absolutely expect to be held accountable for their words and actions by the public. So it was pretty shocking yesterday to hear one of your ministers respond by attacking an entire coalition and its member groups. Question to the Premier: when will you tone down the rhetoric that is coming from your cabinet?
The honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question, and I think I've tried hard in my almost 2 years here to turn down the rhetoric in the province, Mr. Speaker, and I think we have seen indications, far too many in my opinion, that the political rhetoric flying from all three parties in here, Mr. Speaker, and I think we're spiraling to a place where we don't need to be. I think we've accomplished a lot by working together and putting aside that silly partisan bickering, Mr. Speaker, and I continue to believe that. I continue to try to lead with that example, and that's something that I will continually ask of my members, and I've encouraged the leaders of both parties to ask it of their own as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday we received the investigation report on the allegations of discrimination and abuse at Bedford MacDonald House. Clearly, it was not in the mandate of the investigation to make recommendations. The report, however, does shine a spotlight on the systemic issues with this government's approach to the provision of services and support for our most vulnerable. People with lived experience do not require investigators to corroborate their narrative. They have the right to speak and be heard the first time. A question for the Minister of Social Development and Housing: can you recognise the power imbalance that our current system of services creates for our most vulnerable islanders?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Department of Social Development and Housing really takes pride in taking a client-centred approach to the services we offer. We are here to help. We are here to serve islanders, and that's the approach that I believe everyone in the department takes. And Mr. Speaker, in particular, that's what we see with our services for those that use shelters. And we've been talking a lot lately about the outreach centre. It is a client-centred approach. It's a service wraparound approach. It's driven by community groups that serve different areas in those wraparound areas. The working group at the Outreach Centre is a great example. And that's the approach we take, and we do listen to clients, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we will continue to do. Thank you.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Individuals in need of emergency shelter services have absolutely nowhere else to go. We bulldoze the culvert, we call the police on them for sleeping rough, and we tear down their tents. Imagine the courage it must take to speak up when you know that doing so jeopardizes what little you have. Then think about what it would be like to be asked to do that all over again in an investigation, when you know that you have no one advocating for you or even believing you. Question for the Minister of Social Development and Housing: what reassurances will you give to emergency service clients that they will be listened to, respected, and treated fairly if and when they ever need to speak up again?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we take our relationship with the clients that we serve very, very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, the first and the absolute, the base of that relationship is listening. And Mr. Speaker, I think you can see that in the approach to the services that we are taking. What we're doing is we're providing services like an outreach centre that didn't exist before February 2020. We're constantly working with the clients and community groups to listen to them to improve it. One example that I heard recently from the group that actually runs the transitional housing in our province is they thought, clients in transitional housing need one set of services, but the ones there show them that they needed another, and so they listened, they responded, they improved, and we're going to continue to do that. And I say to clients that we want to listen to you. It's so important. It's about you. It's about helping you, and we will listen. Please come back to us.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most islanders are now eligible to receive the COVID vaccine. However, for island workers with precarious employment or unpredictable hours, their jobs may prevent them from leaving work to get vaccinated or plan ahead to get vaccinated. Government needs to take all possible steps to encourage vaccination to protect our communities from the spread of COVID-19. A question to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Do islanders have access to any employment leave for the purpose of getting vaccinated?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the honourable member for the question. Certainly, I'm sure every member in this legislature encourages all islanders to be vaccinated when their turn does come up. Are there certain barriers to one's attending vaccination clinics? Mr. Speaker, there probably are. But I think you look across the board, the hours that the clinics here in the province are open. They are open past 5 o'clock, at least some of them, Mr. Speaker. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, that I want to emphasize, and especially going forward as we receive shipments of the Moderna vaccine, Mr. Speaker, is just the partnership that we have with our pharmacists that enables additional hours for islanders to get that much-needed vaccine, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would be looking at the Election Act, for instance. When we have an election that comes forward, islanders get 3 hours to go out to vote, something along that line, in order to bring vaccinations to islanders so that they can ensure that they have the ability to get out of work in order to be able to do it without any repercussions. If we do not provide this leave, we need to bring the clinics to those that can't just leave work. And a quick look at the mass vaccination time slot shows availabilities between 9 and 5:30, not a lot of flexibility besides that. As the vaccine rollout continues, it will be more difficult to get the remainder of islanders vaccinated for various reasons. Question to the Minister of Health and Wellness. How are you assessing barriers for those who are not scheduled for the vaccine? And what steps will you take to meet islanders where they are?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, it's an excellent question that the member does bring forward. I think going back, yes, we're partnering with pharmacies. Are there other things that we can look at? Probably there are. But just for example, Mr. Speaker, with regard to seniors at home who cannot attend a clinic, then we do have staff within the department that actually are going out to those seniors' homes to provide them with the vaccination. Mr. Speaker, I think that we do have to look at where we are right now as a province. Approximately 40% vaccinated, at least the first vaccination. And the member does refer quite rightly to the online booking. And it does show the tremendous number of islanders who have booked, which I understand is in the range of 40,000. If that information is a bit off, I'll certainly bring back and correct it. But again, Mr. Speaker, I do encourage islanders to get out and to get vaccinated, and if there's barriers, to reach out to the appropriate officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to go back to the carbon levy from yesterday and in question period. And I know there were responses the Premier gave me were a little confusing. So I just want to go back to it and see if I can get a concise answer. This year, the carbon levy is estimated to raise more than 35 million. That's nearly 19 million more than last year. We believe that most of that money should be returned to individual islanders, families through direct annual rebates. Will the Minister of Finance be issuing direct checks to islanders to compensate for the $35 million carbon levy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Honourable Member. We've had many discussions on the carbon levy and how this will be given back to Islanders. The Premier mentioned, I think 80%. It's probably, I'm discussing that with my department. We will be putting that money back into the pockets of Islanders, and we will ensure Islanders that we'll do this in a fair and equitable way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cornwall Meadowbanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the current revenue projections for the carbon levy, that works out to be about $221 for every Islander, or $884 for a family of 4. It's a model used elsewhere, and now that we have worked through the early days of the carbon levy, it's clearly the way to go. Is there anything taking place now that the Minister's negotiations with Ottawa that would prevent the vast majority of revenues being returned directly to Islanders?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Honourable Member. We've been in discussion to look at what this will look like. We've discussed a kind of a sliding scale, excuse me, for Islanders depending on income. We're not quite there yet, but I can assure the Honourable Member that the carbon levy will be going back into the pockets of Islanders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cornwall Meadowbanks, your second supplementary.
Through this research, Mr. Speaker, and negotiations with Ottawa, obviously there's been some time and money spent on the current estimate on the increase of home heating for Islanders. And I was wondering if the minister has any type of information regarding what will be imposed later this year in home heating due to the carbon levy.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Honourable Member. We continue to work with the federal government. We know that the door on the way we have been doing things is going to shut. We want to make sure that we're there for Islanders. I've been in discussion with the Minister of Climate Change to see what we can do to wean people off of fossil fuels and to help in a different way with heat pumps or any other type of heating. We know that it's a challenge for a number of Islanders to make that expenditure, even if there is a rebate. So we are working together to ensure that we will be there for Islanders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from O'Leary Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've asked lots of questions in this House to the Minister of Health, and I'm going to keep at it here, Mr. Speaker, but I'm almost thinking about giving the Minister maybe the answer, and maybe he can give back the question, sort of like the game show Jeopardy. So I'm going to call this one Operating Rooms for 500, Mr. Speaker. The past 2 weeks have yielded a great amount of information regarding human resource struggles at the Prince County Hospital in Summerside. None of what we learned came from the Minister himself. Instead, it was raised by opposition parties here and later confirmed by Health PEI. And if it were up to the Minister, Islanders wouldn't know any of this information about the significant staff shortages of PCH. So I will pose a straightforward question to the Minister here. Question, are surgery rooms or operating rooms at the Prince County Hospital and the Queen Elizabeth Hospital currently operating to their full capacity?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an interesting slant that the honourable member from O'Leary Inverness puts as his lead up, and you know, I appreciate that. With regard to operating at full capacity, as the former Minister of Health knows, that we do from time to time, there are personnel changes, there's personnel challenges, and we have experts. We have ones day in, day out, Mr. Speaker, that work to address those. And as we move forward, looking at recruitment, at retention, I've mentioned before the discussions, Mr. Speaker, that I've had with our executive leadership team with regard to surgery and with regard to the surgeons' positions that we need to recruit for, Mr. Speaker. And I would have to say that those experts, both in ELT and recruitment and retention, are doing a fantastic job, have some great leads. Thank you.
O'Leary Inverness.
So I think that would be down 500 points, contestant. You know, the reality is here, I don't think our emergency rooms are sitting empty here, Mr. Speaker. They're busy. They're busy now, or not emergency room, operating rooms. When operating rooms are sitting available, surgeons have the ability to book them and conduct surgeries. We now know that there have been delays in elective surgeries at Prince County Hospital with 2 surgeons departing. This will continue to get worse. even transferring emergency surgeries to the QEH during a life-threatening situation where minutes matter will jeopardize Islanders west of the Prince County Hospital, to which the minister is one. It is now being considered that Charlottetown-based surgeons will have to travel to the Prince County Hospital to conduct surgeries in vacant operating rooms, utilizing those support staff there. Question to the Minister of Health. In the past, how many Queen Elizabeth Hospital surgeons booked operating rooms at the Prince County Hospital to conduct surgeries, and will we be paying surgeons the cost of traveling and for their time from one OR to the other?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's maybe a little bit lopsided that the honourable member is the only one doing the scoring here, but that's okay. With regard to the member's question, certainly with regard to the number of surgeries at Prince County that may have been performed by Queen Elizabeth Hospital surgeons, Mr. Speaker, I don't have that number. I certainly will endeavour to bring that back, though, for the legislature and for the honourable member in particular, Mr. Speaker. But again, I want to emphasize that, yes, are there personnel challenges from time to time? Yes, there are. And with that, though, but we do have a great team that are working on recruitment. As I understand it, the last conversations I had very recently with ones from the ELT committee is that there are 7 surgeons that they have reached out to that are interested in coming to Prince Edward Island, and 6 of those expressing a very strong interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Larry Inverness for second supplementary.
I want to see people signing on the dotted line, Mr. Speaker, before I let this minister off the hook on that, regardless, Mr. Speaker. I know there's a host vacancy in jeopardy. He might be a better host than a contestant, Mr. Speaker. Sending the Queen Elizabeth Hospital surgeons to Summerside to cover shortages at the Prince County Hospital is only spreading out the problem, potentially reducing capacity at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. You're basically robbing Peter to pay Paul here, Mr. Speaker. Doctors and healthcare workers are extremely overworked to the point of burnout in some cases, and asking our existing surgeons to simply do more with less is not viable, Mr. Speaker. We now have a situation where surgeons, specialists, are leaving the facility. There's more support staff than surgeons to support, Mr. Speaker. It's time this is having an impact now on our patients in the delivery of services. Question to the Minister. Will you table the plan on how you're going to maximize PEI's operating room capacity during this unprecedented situation that is coming upon us in June, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one of my colleagues had just indicated that I am up 100 points at this point in time. But anyway, with regard to the member's question, and it is certainly it's a very important one, but I have referenced previously, Mr. Speaker, but we do have a provincial surgical services team in place, Mr. Speaker, and they are working on that plan. They're working on that plan, and on that committee that is putting together the plan, Mr. Speaker, there are 10 physicians on that. There are also members from the public that are engaged in that process, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, the member references with regard to surgeons from QEH helping out their partners, their cohorts at the Prince County Hospital. And I would like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, how important it is that we all work together to provide the best services that we can for Islanders from tip to tip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When people think about our healthcare system, they often focus on acute and long-term care needs, or long-term needs. Wellness, however, focuses on the preventative side of health spectrum, with the goal of keeping people healthier rather than treating and caring for them when they become ill. Mr. Speaker, during debate on estimates this week, I spoke with the Minister of Health about the importance of wellness. And I told him, I see little evidence that this government views wellness as important and worthy investment. The minister seems almost offended by my comments regarding wellness. It is in the title of his department. Well, Mr. Speaker, this government sees wellness as a catch-all term, but nothing gets caught. Question the Minister of Health, why does this government continue to pay lip service to wellness? Where are the resources?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting how the honourable member is phrasing this. You look at the initiatives of our government, it's not just within health and wellness, it's across various departments. You look at the Active Transportation Fund that we have put in place, Mr. Speaker, that provides that incentive for communities, for volunteer groups, for not-for-profits to put in place transportation trails across the province that is going to encourage active living, Mr. Speaker. You look at the programs even within the Department of Health and Wellness, and I assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the term wellness in the department's name is not, as the honourable member may think, it's not just a buzzword. It is important, and I think you would agree with me that yes, it is extremely important that as much as possible that we encourage Islanders to be active, to participate, and to look after their health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it takes leadership, and I'm calling on you. Our exchange on the floor of the legislature was not good. It was not good for Prince Edward Islanders, and I need to see more leadership. Mr. Speaker, wellness takes hard work, determination from leadership, and a clear plan to be successful. But it very much seems like an afterthought to this government. Wellness is the best preventative health care measure we can take as individuals and as a society, proactively improving our health. But Islanders need the support. The province of Ontario, Newfoundland, and Labrador have invested heavily in wellness plans, and I will table some of their efforts later. Question to the Minister. Will you please advise the House on the progress of your department's wellness strategy?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and for the member to indicate that there's been no leadership with regard to the wellness file. As I say, it's a collective effort, Mr. Speaker. It's across the various departments which we are working together, whether, again, I'll reference the Active Transportation Fund, Mr. Speaker, but also you look at some of the programs that are available right within the Department of Health and Wellness. We have arena grants, we have leadership grants, we have provincial sport assistance grants, we have water safety. They total in the range upwards of $1 million, Mr. Speaker. We have the COVID Emergency Sport Fund, $2.6 million, Mr. Speaker. We have the upcoming Canada Games, which both the member and I discussed the other day and share complete agreement on. At least that was the feeling that I had during our discussion, our debate, the importance of that and the tremendous contribution that the government of Prince Edward Island is providing to those Canada Winter Games. It shows, Mr. Speaker, our commitment to recreation, to sport, and to wellness. Thank you.
Charlottetown West Royalty, your second supplementary.
The question was just about the wellness strategy, okay, not the important programs that our government put in when we were there. And Mr. Minister, you have to do better. Okay, the time is now.
You were an NDP then. You were an NDP. I wasn't your government.
Question. Question.
Given the small amount of allocation for wellness in the current budget, do you really believe you are promoting a healthy province? Will you commit now to looking at major increases for the next year, accompanied by a plan that will outline where we're going, what we're doing, and bigger financial commitments, Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very interesting, the line of questioning that we're receiving from the member. The member knows very well that we have reached out. Government has reached out for pre-budget submissions, pre-budget requests. And unless I am completely mistaken, Mr. Speaker, neither the third party, any member, or in particular the member who is asking questions, submitted anything with regard to additional funding for wellness.
Minister has the floor.
None. Thank you.
Charlottetown Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken about issues like this a few times here in this House, and one of the things that has been brought to me by many of my constituents, of course, is traffic issues like speeding and running intersections. And as a father with small children living in the city, I see this firsthand, Mr. Speaker. You know, I get a little nervous sometimes sending the kids out, whether they're running to the park or going on their bicycle. A question to the Minister of Transportation. I know that your department probably has considered incorporating things like photo radar or red light cameras, Mr. Speaker. What level of consideration has you or your department given this?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Honourable Member. This is a very important question. I look at my own community in Stratford and see a lot of the excessive speeding that goes on. We have had many conversations with different municipalities. I know Charlottetown has been asking for such devices since I think about 1998. Cornwall has as well, and in our own community, our residential survey that every year that's conducted, it's one of the most frequent things that come up is with regards to speeding. There's many municipalities across PEI continually requesting those electronic speed signs. Mr. Speaker, we are supporting municipalities with those. However, I feel at this time that those are becoming ineffective because people are just getting used to them, and there's no punitive measures behind a flashing speed that's indicating how fast you're traveling. So with that, Mr. Speaker, within the department, we are certainly having conversations with regards to how we can move forward. We're looking at legislation, regulations and amendments, and first and foremost, we want to work with the municipalities, and our top priority is to make our roads safe for all islanders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Winslow.
I don't disagree with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't disagree with you, Minister. I do think that keeping our island roads safe for everyone is a priority. And I do agree with you, too, that, you know, sometimes those speed signs that are set up, they can, for a very temporary time, change a driver's habits. But I do think that tools like photo radar and red light cameras may help law enforcement to help curb excessive speeding and running red lights. You sounded like you were kind of in favor of it or looking at it further. You know, are there barriers that are making you say that we will implement this now?
Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sitting here and I'm going back to when we were in opposition, and the honourable member, the Minister for Social Development and Housing at our caucus, I can clearly recall him bringing up the topic of photo radar, and that was probably going on 4 or 5 years ago now. Mr. Speaker, as far as the barriers go, it would have to do with regulations and amendments to our legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, we are working within our department on those now. We hope to bring them forward later on, probably this fall, so that we can move forward with these measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Winslow, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, you know, I do think of the, you know, a very popular and a very busy stretch of the road that runs right through District 10 and is the Charlottetown bypass. And I'm sure that some of the members in this House have probably seen the Charlottetown City Police doing a great job of trying to slow down some of the speeders. And a question to the same minister. Can drivers and islanders maybe expect to see these legislative changes? You talked about looking at them and possibly bringing them forward this fall.
Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, we are doing the work that's required right now within our department. And that is my intention, is to bring the amendments to the regulations and legislation forward this fall so we can debate it here in the Legislative Assembly and put the measures in place, put the infrastructure in place that will make our roads safer for all islanders. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. And, you know, things can get testy in this House, and we just had an example of that a few minutes ago. In response to a question earlier from Mermaid Stratford, the Premier told us that it's time to dial down the silly partisanship, I think you called it, and rhetoric on all sides of this House, and I absolutely agree with you, Premier. But the question that was asked by the member for Mermaid Stratford was referencing the Environment Minister's response to concerns brought forward from a non-partisan group of islanders, not politicians, but a group of islanders, ordinary islanders who have the right to share their concerns with all ministers, and they don't deserve to have aspersions cast about their potential motives. So, question to the Premier, do you condone the remarks that the Minister of Environment made yesterday about the National Farmers Union here in this legislature?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I was late getting to the House, but as I was getting changed, I heard part of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition statement when he talked about the ability of 27 members and their unique to do their jobs. I think I have come to this job and have given freedom that I don't think many in government have enjoyed in the past, Mr. Speaker. We don't whip votes. I don't tell people what to say. We don't ask the private members in our caucus to tell ministers what questions they're asking them, Mr. Speaker. I think every person here is individually elected by their constituents. They should be held to that standard, Mr. Speaker. And I will leave it up to each member of the House to conduct themselves accordingly, Mr. Speaker. And I think in 2 years we've done a great job in here, and we need to continue to do so.
Summerside Wilmot, final question.
Question to the Minister of Social Development and Housing. How do you justify not providing financial support for social assistance clients to access internet?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've referenced earlier today, I mean, we take our role in supporting and helping Islanders, especially those on social assistance, most vulnerable, very, very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, I believe we do have a telecommunications piece in our funding, but I want to take that question under advisement and really look into it. I mean, the ability to access internet is important, or at least have a device where you can access wirelessly somewhere. Our libraries provide an amazing service for that, and perhaps that's the response I'll get, but I will look into it. Thank you.
End of question period. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today is National Youth Worker Day in Canada, and I want to acknowledge and give immense thanks to all island youth workers. Mr. Speaker, the role of a youth worker is not an easy one. They work with youth who have experienced traumatic events in their lives, and many of them have come from distressing and really heartbreaking situations. So youth workers support island youth in a variety of ways. They provide guidance and support youth through teaching and mentoring. They advocate for their rights and well-being and help connect them with community resources and services. Youth workers continually go above and beyond to provide youth in care with the support they need. Mr. Speaker, for the last year during COVID-19, when people in many professions were able to work safely from home, our youth workers continued to provide an essential service at our residential service locations. Youth workers are a group of dedicated and motivated professionals that often put the needs of others before their own. I want to say thank you, Mr. Speaker, to all youth workers in PEI. The work that you do matters to the people you help every day, and it is recognized and highly valued. Thank you for all that you do. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had the great pleasure of working alongside some amazing youth workers throughout my educational career. And you will find youth workers in every corner of this province doing, as the Minister mentioned, very important, crucial work. They engage, empower, motivate. They help move our children and youth of this province forward. They do not have an easy job. It is exhausting giving of yourself in that way every day. And so caring professions such as this, it's crucial that we support youth workers in being able to ensure that they're taking proper care of themselves, because if they're not taking care of themselves, they're not able to take care of their clients. They work with our children and youth with social emotional learning. They do preventative work, they do reactive work, and a lot of these children and youth have lived with very traumatic life experiences and adversities, as the Minister had mentioned as well. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I would love to thank them with a pay raise for all they do. Before today, I can only send out my admiration, praise, and absolute appreciation for what you do for our province through your work with our children and youth every single day. Thank you.
Charlottetown, West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to rise and recognize today as the National Youth Worker Day. And youth workers do so much, and in the district, I think we've all seen it, is when oftentimes when kids struggle and they get out of that, they're supported along the way by a youth worker. And oftentimes those same people, as they grow up, they often say, I want to be a youth worker to help and to make that change. And today, you know, we recognize the youth workers for doing the great work that they do and the support they give unconditionally to others. You know, that they're there when families are struggling, when there's mistreatment, bullying, discrimination, substance abuse, and more. So, you know, it's nice to recognize the hard work that they're doing and continue to make a difference, because you really are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, in 2019, our department, along with local film industry professionals, created a working group to explore ways we could better support and grow the film industry on Prince Edward Island. And now, after years of hard work, I'm pleased to announce today the launch of the new PEI Film Production Fund. This new fund will replace the former PEI Film Media Fund that was launched in 2018. The key changes included in this new fund are an increase in the PEI all-spend rebate rate from 25% to 32% to 35%. Funding for films produced in PEI by PEI-based producers as well as Ed-of-Province producers. Training provisions to encourage the development of a local film crew, and a new PEI Storytelling Development Fund to support the creation of screen-based script projects by island filmmakers and writers. Mr. Speaker, we have a growing, passionate, and vibrant film community here in Prince Edward Island. Our goals with this new fund are to grow our skilled labor pool, support the development of local creative industry workers, build the capacity of the domestic PEI film and television production industry, provide PEI producers with an opportunity to be more competitive in attracting financing and co-production opportunities, and increase the visibility of Prince Edward Island on screens. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, we want to provide the local film industry with the tools they need to build upon the foundation they've worked so hard to develop over the years. I want to thank everyone involved in making this new film funding come to life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to briefly chat to the Minister before the sitting today started, and he reminded me that we had actually spoken about the importance of investing in film in PEI many years ago, before I was actually elected, when I had been presenting to a standing committee of the House. So it takes a long time for good programs to come forward, and it can feel frustrating when you're in the industry. But what's fantastic about this announcement, Mr. Speaker, and what I'd like to thank the Minister and his department for, is that they have taken, you know, something that was in place, and they have worked with the community, they have worked with the stakeholders, and they have worked with the film industry itself to identify the things that would make the most sense from an investment perspective to help the industry grow long term. This isn't about necessarily just short-term funding. This is about long-term investment and recognizing that one of the most impactful things we can do for our film industry to come back into the competitive space that's happening in other parts of Canada is by investing in the people. And like most other things that require highly skilled, highly specialized training and experience, that's really hard to get. And what's happened in the past is our aspiring filmmakers have had to leave. Anybody who wanted to work in the industry had to go. They had to go to Toronto, they had to go to Vancouver or further afield, and often what happens is when people do that is they don't come back. So how do you address that? How do you build the skills and the talent pool locally so that then local productions can grow and we can bring productions here? You make investments like this. This is a really good thing. It's allowing for trained professionals to come here and train locals, and for everybody to be paid appropriately to do that. It means that our local skills, our local talent pool, and the marketability of PEI as a film destination through that real-world production experience, along with the professionalization of our local industry and crews, will actually put us into a space where we can compete with other markets around the world. And you don't need me to tell you that kind of attraction and business attraction is the kind that has significant indirect value to our community, not just in the direct salaries, but all those other things of people coming here, working here, having to buy food, shopping local, and learning about how awesome PEI is. So I would like to congratulate the Minister and the Department and the team that I know have been working long and hard behind the scenes on this, including Renee Laprise from the Island Media Co-op and Shannon Pratt, who is the Investment Officer with Innovation PEI, who will not only bring her own extensive film experience to bear onto this project, but will be a really great ally for the industry going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbanks, third-party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a great announcement. I think the past Liberal Party made some progress in this, but we likely didn't go far enough. But the devil's in the details. You know, a couple of questions off the top of my head after listening to the minister is, what is the maximum amount of money that represents the 30 to 35%? The maximum allowable per film or project is going to be very important. But Prince Edward Island's independent filmmakers deserve more support to help them continue to produce high-quality content and grow the industry. We talk all the time about the gig economy, and this is a real opportunity for that economy. Our province has earned a strong reputation as a perfect location to host film and produce high-quality films, television shows, and documentaries. We understand the significant impact the film and television industry makes to Prince Edward Island's cultural identity and the economy. A successful film and television industry benefits all islanders by bringing investments, well-paying jobs, economic activity in multiple sectors, including the hospitality industry, and ultimately allows us to showcase PEI to the world. Increased funding to support growth in our local creators and producers puts local talent on more equal footing with the rest of the country. And it gives our emerging talent the opportunity to train with experienced professionals and create short films and digital series that can be the catalyst to successful careers. Other provinces across the country and in our region with established industry supports are seeing growth in a sector even during COVID. I recently had the opportunity to meet with an accomplished local film producer who is the former Director of Development and Production with the company that produced Anne with an E for Netflix and CBC. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortage of local talent here in our province, and government needs to do all it can to support this important industry that has potential for unlimited growth. Mr. Speaker, when I was a tourism minister, I often wondered why we never worked more closely with the film industry as an industry and as a department. And hopefully the minister responsible can think about that opportunity and look at the film industry as part of our tourism product, as it is, but more as a marketing tool, because I think the value of seeing Anne with an E on Netflix goes beyond the millions of dollars we spend each year in marketing, and could be a real benefit to Prince Edward Island, especially now that COVID-19 has put everybody on ground zero again, and we're all starting from fresh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
End of minister statements. Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. The honourable member from O'Leary-Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of this House, I beg leave to table written questions seeking statistics and information regarding surgeries and wait times at the Prince County Hospital and Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and I move, seconded by the member from Charlottetown West Royalty, that the said document be received and do lie on the table.
Charlotte Carey. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table Provincial Wellness Plan for Newfoundland and Labrador, and I move, seconded by O'Leary-Inverness, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Charlotte Carey. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table Integrated Wellness Plan for Ontario, and I move, seconded by O'Leary-Inverness, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Charlotte Carey. Did I miss anyone? Reports by committees. Introduction of government bills, government motions, orders of the day, government. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the first order of the day be now read.
Charlotte Carey.
Order number 1, consideration of the estimates in committee.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that this House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration grant of supply to Her Majesty.
Charlotte Carey. The Honourable Member from Tignish Pomeroy, Deputy Speaker, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, please.
House is now in committee of the whole House to consider the grant of supply to Her Majesty. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Granted. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Kelly Haas, Chief Financial Officer, Health PEI.
Thank you very much and welcome. Honourable members, we had left off Health PEI, page 102. The section in province physician services has been read and is presently under debate. Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Has there any analysis been done on the costs of housing islanders in hospital while they wait for long-term care placement or home care services? Yeah.
We look at that as far as a full report. We would review that in relation to the day's stay that they may have in hospital, and that is measured accordingly.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Okay, so if that hasn't been an analysis that's being done directly yet, it would seem to be a very worthwhile one. There are investments that can be made now in advance to start to alleviate that problem. For example, investing in public long-term care facilities. So I know that the facility in Tyne Valley was built in such a way that it could be wings could be built onto it. So if we're looking at the cost. There are initial costs or costs that need to be spent on different addressing this issue. But if you do a cost analysis to see the amount of money that's being spent keeping people in the hospital in this way, I realize that's capital budget. It was just an example.
Honourable member, I missed the first part of your question, but are you talking about long-term care?
I'm talking about the costs for whether there's been an analysis, because there are so many patients waiting for placement in long-term care that are stuck in hospital, and I was trying to give some context around why such an analysis would be a worthwhile endeavor for the minister to engage in.
Does that have anything to do with this section? No. This is a section that we're in province physician services.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were in hospital services. I apologize.
No
that
problem,
was my
no
mistake.
Problem. Okay.
We'll hold that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we were in the same section. It was read yesterday.
Okay.
Are there any further questions in this section? Shall it carry? Out-of-province health services. Appropriations provided for administration and payment of out-of-province health services under the Hospitals Act and the Health Services Payment Act. Professional services, $52,863,800. Total out-of-province health services, $52,863,800. Larry Inverness.
Minister, maybe you can explain, once again, I think I might know the answer, but you didn't spend quite as much in out-of-province health services. Would that have been because of COVID and the pandemic that you couldn't get surgeries or procedures done out of province?
That's my understanding, but yes.
Larry Inverness.
So you're also projecting it to be an increase of about $1 million for this coming year. What would be the rationale and why that would be going up? You're going to divert more surgeries and things of that nature out of province, I take it?
Well, I guess the way that I would see that, member, is it's sort of twofold. Certainly optimistic that as we move out of the pandemic, that as a result of that surgeries that for whatever reason, and primarily though because of the pandemic, would have been delayed, will be caught up on, and then we'll be into a position as well, member, that surgery back to as close to normal as possible. So we serve twofold to that increase.
Larry Inverness.
So you're going to try to catch up, and that's a valid answer. Yeah. What is your relationship, not your relationship, but what are you seeing as far as the costs that New Brunswick and Nova Scotia and other provinces are charging us for those services? Are we seeing that increase? Would that also be an explanation, or has that been very stable, or do you have an agreement that over the next number of years certain procedures are going to cost? There's some cost certainty.
So when we look at out-of-province health services, it includes inpatient services, outpatient services, and physician fees to provide those services. On an annual basis, we do see rate fluctuations for the inpatient per diems, as well as those outpatient services. The physician services are provided based on that province's physician master agreement.
O'Leary Inverness.
Are there any particular, I mean, you know, that number is getting, it's a high number, $52.8 million. Are there any potential services that, as a department or as Health PEI feels that you may be able to repatriate back to Prince Edward Island that there may be a saving in?
That's an excellent question, in my opinion, member. I'll be honest, being relatively new to health and wellness in this department, I'm not sure what studies have been done or analysis, but it is, I'll certainly look into that. And yes, and I don't know, Kelly may be able to provide additional context on that, around that question.
What I can add is that any time we review an opportunity for a physician complement increase for the province of Prince Edward Island, part of that analysis and review includes a review of any outpatient, or I'm sorry, out-of-province health services are actually occurring at that time. That becomes part of that analysis accordingly.
O'Leary Inverness.
I know during my time as minister, we repatriated peritoneal dialysis back to the, and you're right, a big challenge that comes with the HR complement to do that. It's certainly a challenge for sure, but I would certainly say that that service has worked out well here in Prince Edward Island, and we've done it to save money. I would really encourage the minister to emphasize to Health PEI to look at any possible procedures that you could do. And I think some of them may be around what we were doing at the Women's Wellness Centre. There may be some procedures that we can add there. I know that you talked about the in vitro fertilization and things of that nature. Your government announced a pretty good program in that regard to support that, but maybe those are some suggestions. I just leave them as suggestions, but
I do appreciate that.
as a critic, I'll say it concerns me that, you know, it's $1 million a year increase every year. Where's this going to end? And we need to really have a real thorough analysis in that, because I felt during my time, you're kind of held a little bit at ransom by the other provinces on the arrangements that what they're billing you, and what I've seen is that they bill you for everything now. There's the toilet paper pretty well, so you know there's not many free rides in other provinces, so they can't subsidize that cost to Islanders either. So. Anyway, thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. I have a question. It's just, so the out-of-province healthcare services, does it cover the cost for anything that would normally we would expect to be covered here in Prince Edward Island that we don't have the specialty for? And what I'm specifically talking about is somebody who needed a specialist that was referred to from a doctor on Prince Edward Island to a specialist in Halifax regarding eyes. So they had to pay for like 2 or 3 trips over. They had to pay for, look here, there was $30 for one test, $80 for another test, $100 for a lens fitting, $130 at the hospital for the implant. And it was all referred to by their doctor here in Prince Edward Island. Would that be covered?
If I could just, on the first part, Chair, with regard to transportation, and as I understand it, it does depend upon the level of income. But there's Hope Air, and that's a little bit of a misnomer to a certain extent, but it does provide assistance for transportation, not only by way of air, but by ground service as well. With regard to the other part, Kelly,
When we look at those out-of-province health services, whether it's based on an inpatient or an outpatient, the per diems, for example, for inpatient would include all of those values to provide that care and service on a daily basis. So each hospital has an established per diem value accordingly. If it was an outpatient service, it would be very similar. It's based on averages, which are established by what's called a rate review working group across Canada.
So if those services were provided here in Prince Edward Island, would they still pay the same amount?
For the individual pain, is that your question, or the actual cost?
For the test, like I said, the 30 for one, 100 for another, 100 for the implant.
It could vary slightly depending upon how those purchases of products would be and depending upon what that surgery is. For example, if it's not offered on Prince Edward Island, we may not purchase those products here, so it could vary slightly based on economies of scale.
Okay, I'll get more information. I'll probably contact
Absolutely.
you on it if you don't mind. Sure. And I guess that would be it for questions for me. Shall a section carry? Total medical affairs, $199,238,600. Shall it carry? Hospital services, acute care hospitals. Appropriations provided for delivery of a wide range of programs and services for QEH and PCH, including emergency department, no patients, surgical services, ambulatory care, and a PEI cancer treatment center and inpatient services. Administration, $3,575,100. Equipment, $181,400. Material supplies and services, $46,746,800. Professional services, $3,080,500. Salaries, $136,664,000. Travel and training, $479,900. Grants, $253,500. Total acute care hospitals, $190,981,200. Time to Sherbrooke.
So again, apologies for jumping ahead here. Now we're in the section. So wondering about cost analysis and in terms of those who are awaiting long-term care beds. And I just want to give another example of why that type of analysis would be important. So it's my, understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the cost of keeping someone in a long-term care bed, per day is around $180 to $200 a day, whereas the cost of providing home care is around $50 to $100 a day, depending on the level of care. Now, of course, that won't be sufficient for all those, awaiting long-term care currently. Some really do need long-term care, but there is also the possibility of for those who would be able to be supported through home care. So, I just want to check in to see if we are doing that type of cost analysis and what, with the high level of ALC patients in hospitals, like what's the cost of that?
If I could, and I'll ask Kelly to elaborate on it a bit, but I think when we do look ahead and move forward to the section on home care, it will be evident to a fair extent, just to the member's point, the resources that are needed and need to be built upon with regard to home care services. I do believe that there's an increase in this year's budget over last year's by, in excess between $4 and $4.5 million in that extent. So, I certainly do see where you're coming from. So,
and we very often do look at that information as far as the alternate, the ALC days that are there for those patients. And you are correct in saying that the per diem for a hospital day stay is significantly higher than that of a long-term care. And that is brought into consideration when consideration of the priority of many of those investments accordingly. So it is very much top of mind. I don't have the exact per diem for our Queen Elizabeth Hospital with me today, but on average it does range between $900 and $1,200 a day as a comparison.
Wow.
Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke?
That is a significant difference. Wow, okay. Out of curiosity, is there any cost difference between individuals who are waiting in the ER because they can't get a bed? So is it the same sort of cost to keep someone in the ER as it is to keep someone in another bed in the hospital, or is it more expensive still to maintain someone in the ER?
We don't look at those per diem values based on emergency services versus a hospital bed in a specific unit.
Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke?
Okay. Is that something you would consider looking at? I mean, just because we're seeing that a lot too, right? Unfortunately, because there aren't beds available, because there are, a lot of beds filled with ALC patients awaiting care and long-term care. That means that, in some cases, there are people waiting for days in the ER to access a bed, which I suspect might be even more expensive, but I don't know the answer to that. So is that something that you might consider looking into, just to understand the full scope of what this sort of domino effect of costs is really adding up to?
we're always willing to look at costs for different pieces. Absolutely.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Thank you. So renal care services, it doesn't have an increase, and I'm wondering about any plans for the west or eastern hospitals to provide dialysis? That's not in this section?
Nope, but there is one section that's just for renal care coming up, 2 sections ahead.
Okay, sorry
Yep,
about that.
If you want to save those questions, and we'll...
Yes, I will. No, that's,
Okay.
I apologize for
No
that.
problem. No problem.
So just one last question then. In terms of costs for visits to the emergency room, particularly around mental health and addictions. So in the 2019 briefing book, Minister's briefing book, in 2017, 2018, 6.5% of visits to emergency rooms were related to mental health and addictions that were frequent visitors, so people who are in need of mental health crisis supports at least 4 times in 1 year. So I'm wondering if you can speak a bit about that ongoing cost, and if that managing, and supporting individuals who are in regular need of mental health crisis supports, if the ER is the most cost-effective way to do that, and if it is, can you provide those numbers?
Bring that back. We'd have to get back, but if we could repeat the question one more time, I just want to make sure I get the appropriate information. The percentage of mental health patients presenting in Emerge, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, so overall, but then there are also, it looks like 6.5% of emergency room visits related to mental health and addictions were people who access that service at least 4 times in 1 year. So I have to start to wonder, is that the best way to be supporting Islanders? Should we be investing, and we should, but in other areas of mental health and addiction supports to ensure that Islanders are not in a position where their only line of support is through the ER, particularly those in need of a high level of support and care.
Just want to make sure you were referring, the information is from 2019. Did I hear that correctly?
It was from your minister's briefing book in 2019, but the stats were from 20.
Just want to make sure that I hit the year right there, so we could do a comparison to see what is available. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't, okay. You will bring back a comparison, is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay, that would be very interesting, thank you.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
That's it for now, Chair, thanks.
O'Leary Inverness?
Just 2 questions on this. I guess one was your salaries have increased by about 4.5 million. Is that just due to the collective agreement with regular wage increases, or is there some new positions? I know this isn't doctors, this would be other health professionals, but is there any new positions to be aware of, or is it just salary increases?
It's collective agreement, premium benefit increases. It relates to an LPN reclassification. It also relates to investments in the area of urology for 4.6 FTE nursing staff. An investment for medical oncology, which relates to support staff positions, 1.7 FTE. Cardiology support staff to support that new physician, 1.9 FTEs. An increase in respiratory therapy. This is a continuation of the investment over the previous year. And an increase in QEH rehab services for 2 occupational therapists, and at Prince County Hospital, 1.5 occupational therapists.
O'Leary Inverness?
Just to get back to the LPN issue, so I'd received a number of emails from constituents on this. There was sort of a reclassification of LPNs. How did that work out, Minister? Did you get that everybody satisfied? Because it did seem to settle down.
Yes, we acted on that fairly rapidly, member, and it was worked out to the satisfaction of the union and the members.
O'Leary Inverness?
And one other one is, I see your security costs are going to be increasing by about $300,000.
who's that contract with and why did it increase? Or is that an anticipated increase?
Just one second.
We could bring that back.
Yeah, I do have that. And
Is it with the commissionaires or is it?
that primarily is for additional security at Prince County Hospital.
Additional security?
Mhm.
So what would be the requirement for additional security? What precipitated that?
It would be just a review of a need of any incidents or issues that there may be that, and looking at those hours of security required for that particular facility.
Paul, Inverness?
So it's a case where it's the same contract, just you're making more hours to for more
Absolutely.
coverage, more so than
More
an increase
coverage.
directly. Okay,
More
thanks,
coverage.
Chair.
That's it. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Is Unit 9 back to being fully a mental health capacity at this time? Not capacity, but use-wise, is it?
I know, but it has increased as far as the number of beds that are actually open in Unit 9. I believe it was down to 6 at one point here a while ago. Anyway, it has been increased, but it is not at full capacity at this point in time. And one of the primary reasons for that is staffing challenges, but it's being improved upon on a regular basis.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
What specific staffing challenges are you referring to? Is it the nurses, or are you talking about psychiatrists, or?
As I understand it, and I'll certainly bring that information back. That was the information that was provided to me, but I do believe it was nursing, but I will bring that information back, the specifics, member.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
How much were the costs of changing Unit 9 around when the dementia patients went in there? Do you have a breakdown of how much it cost? I know that it was refurbished and.
I'd have to check on that, but that is in a different section.
Okay. No.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Unit 9.
Okay, so where are, there were 7 patients in Unit 9 that were moved just recently. Where are they located now? Are they still within the hospital?
Bring that info back.
We can. Can you provide me a bit more information on that, those 7 patients?
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, so there was, during COVID, they split the wing. There was a number of patients in there, persons with dementia in Unit 9. I think it got down to 7 at the end, and then they got moved. And I was wondering if they were in Unit 3, Unit 8, or the Hillsborough Hospital.
Okay.
I understand it was Unit 3, but we will bring that back.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
If they went to Unit 3, was the security updated to reflect the needs of persons with dementia in Unit 3? Was there any construction done there before those patients went in?
I'd have to look at that. That's in another section.
Okay. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Recently there was a doctor on the news talking about 20 beds not being able to be used because of a nursing shortage. Is that, how many nurses would we need to get those 20 beds up and operational?
So you're referring specifically to the Queen Elizabeth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Bring that back.
We can bring that back. We can look at the specific unit because we have nursing information for each of the specific units within the hospital.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Is there a full complement of, in the PEI cancer treatment, is there a full complement of doctors there now?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. In the where?
With the PEI cancer treatment wing, is there a full complement of doctors there?
That's within in-province physicians. I'll have to flip back to those sections.
So we would have already dealt with that.
Pardon?
We would have dealt with that.
Yeah, but we'll allow that one to go back.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because it specifically does PEI cancer treatment centers under this section.
Absolutely. Just bear with me, please,
Sure,
for
no
a few
problem.
moments until I go back. Radiation oncology at the QEH, there are 2 filled positions and 2 approved. Medical oncology at the QEH, 3 filled positions and 4 approved. There's 1 vacancy.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Yeah, so there's but you've got approval to put another one in, and do you have anything signed for that doctor to come in?
I'll just take a quick review here. So as of February 1st, 2021, the complement for radiation oncology is filled. So 1 physician was on maternity leave. There's 1 vacant physician position in medical oncology. A locum oncologist has provided support for the temporary vacancy.
Good news story for you. Yeah, you got right with that.
Has to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I do have here that a long-term locum has been providing coverage in the full-time vacancy, and they started full-time in the position January 1, 2021.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
That's it for me for now, Chair. Thanks.
Okay.
Shall the section carry? Community hospitals appropriations provided for the service delivery and program needs for Western, O'Leary, Surrey, and KCMH community hospitals to deliver a variety of medical hospital services, including short-term acute care, outpatient and emergency services, convalescent, rehabilitative, palliative, and respite care. Administration, $661,600. Equipment, $84,800. Material supplies and services, $4,108,400. Professional services, $471,400. Salaries, $21,410,000. Travel and training, $106,600. Grants, $1,000. Total community hospitals, $26,843,800. O'Leary and Verness?
Just to, on this one, obviously with the community hospital in Larry, there was we added a ambulatory care nurse, a fantastic person, working extremely hard. I'm hearing the numbers are up significantly for the services, people that are accessing that service. And I'm just wondering if there's any possibility of adding to that service, because there is an increase in the salaries budget, whether that's on your radar screen. And I'm sure that the foundation has been after you a little bit on that one too, Minister. So any update on that? Yeah.
Yes, with regard to HIPAA, I've heard that. I do not have an update right at this point, though, member.
O'Leary and Verness?
I didn't quite hear that, so you don't have it in the budget for this year then?
I don't believe so. Can we?
Community Hospital O'Leary.
That's right.
The ambulatory care nurse is Darlene Aylward. Is the person in the position, but I really want to say good things about it.
We do have some investments in the community hospitals overall. Is in relation to Western Hospital for some additional core staffing to meet acuity needs.
This would be your ambulatory care nurse that's based out of a community hospital in O'Leary.
Okay.
And it's just, all the position is a one full-time position. And the problem being, when it comes to vacations, when it comes to other service, sick times, things of that nature, we're vulnerable. And based on the call volume has gone up significantly on that, her patient volume. I guess from my perspective as an MLA, I fear burnout, and I certainly have talked to some of the management and staff at Community Hospital about this and the foundation, and they would like to at least have it on the minister's radar screen. So I guess I'm saying to the minister, would you take a hard look at that position? I know the previous minister, kept an eye on it as well, but I just really reiterate, it saves us money in respect.
Honourable members, could you just keep your voices down a bit on your sidebars?
It diverts people from the emergency room. They know they got a place they can go. Doctors can make referrals for minor procedures like an ambulatory care nurse, and the facility is designed, it can handle it. It's just something that, maybe it's a case where you can share a position between Western and Community Hospital on improving ambulatory care nursing services there. I'm just fearful that Darlene being by herself and knowing that the service seems to have paid dividends, and it seems to be very supported by the facility as well as the community. And I'm sure you've heard it too, Minister. I believe she's your constituent as well, but anything you could do there would be appreciated on my part.
Thank you.
O'Leary Inverness?
That's fine, thanks.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Thank you, Chair. So it looks like there's no significant increase in funds for community hospitals. Can we assume then that there are no new services planned?
Well, we look overall, there is an increase of about in the range of 600 plus thousand.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
So what new services will that be providing?
Well, for example, Western Hospital, over that time period, I believe it's 393,400, and that is for additional staffing. And also with Community Hospitals East, there is a commitment from previous budget ongoing. I'm looking for the section here. It was with regard to Kings County Memorial Hospital, inpatient staffing. So it was in the 2020-2021 budget, 483,000, and then as a carryover for this year, an additional 241,700. And again, as I understand, that is completely for frontline staffing.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Sorry, that's additional staffing as well?
Yes.
Okay, so no new services. So for example, like the 24-hour emergency room that the member from Montague-Kilmer has been advocating so strongly for at KCMH is no plans for that?
Not in this budget.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Okay. Any plans? Okay, we'll leave that there for now. I'm wondering about continuing on around KCMH, I'm wondering about the operating costs. If there's been any change in the operating costs in recent years due to any recent capital investments or in any areas of the hospital. So, for example, changes to the heating system. Any changes in operating costs?
And just for clarification, you're talking overall with regard to community hospitals or a specific?
No, I was talking about Kings County Hospital in particular.
So specific to heat, I can say yes, about an increase of about 180,000 with a switch from biomass to oil.
So
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
to switch from biomass to oil. So why? What happened there?
there were some issues with the ability to provide heat using the biomass, so it was switched to oil.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
And have those issues since been resolved, or will you be continuing to heat the hospital with oil?
Continuing to monitor that.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
So does the budget for the upcoming year then reflect, and that it will be the cost of heating the hospital with oil then? That's what the plans are?
Yes.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Chair, could I have your intervention?
Okay, intervention from the Minister of Environment.
Thank you. So back when I was the Minister of Transportation at the time, that they had an old biomass burner, so it was like one of the original ones, and the boiler itself didn't pass the inspection, so they had to stop using it. So they switched to oil. Outside of the hospital, we have a central biomass proposal on the table that would heat a number of government buildings. So we're kind of exploring down that road. So I think that long term we'd go back to biomass, but the short term was it didn't pass inspection. So through our department we have an offer on the table, and we're just kind of evaluating to see if it makes sense. If that helps.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Okay, thank you. So, so the plan then is you've got an offer on the table, so to hopefully go back to biomass. It does make me wonder, though. I mean, this is certainly an older facility. Are there plans? I mean, if we were to, repair the boiler or whatever, I don't know what the cost of that will be. Is there a point where, are you considering, a new facility in Montague at some point, or?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I believe that there is across the board like a structural review process that is carried out by Health PEI, and I have not been part of that review process, obviously, at this point in time, but there is that review process that is carried out. Kelly, I don't know if you have anything else to add on that.
North side of Coles Corner. We don't need more.
Don't? Oh, okay. Let's get that on the record, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Yeah, thank you. So that's good to hear. I think that a structural review is worthwhile. Obviously, that would be capital investment, but the cost, as we're seeing here, the operating costs can be significantly impacted when the structure is not sound in different ways, I guess, shall we say. I wonder about this process. Is there will the frontline maintenance workers be involved in the decisions and discussions around next steps for this facility?
I guess with regard to that comment, we certainly can bring back additional information as far as how the structural review process is carried out, but yeah, I'd be happy to bring back whatever information that we can
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Chair, because I do think it's really, really important that the maintenance staff in particular are included in those discussions. They're the ones who have been, working on on the systems, in the hospital, some of them for years, so they would have a really good sense of sort of where things are at. So I do hope there's a formal process to include them in the discussions, and I look forward to seeing that in the plan that you bring back around how that is going to play out. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, shall the section carry? Renal care services appropriations provided for the operation of renal care and dialysis program, providing treatment of hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis in support to patients and families. Administration $39,500, equipment $232,300, material supplies and services $2,711,500, professional services $2,900. Salary $6,024,400. Travel and training $60,400. Total renal care services $9,071,000. O'Leary and Vaness.
People are on renal dialysis at the moment, or I should say just how many people are on dialysis at the moment, either peritoneal or renal. He was around 100 in my time.
So, as of earlier this year, when you look at peritoneal dialysis, 23, hemodialysis, 96.
Wow. So,
so
we're seeing that number increase a fair bit. Is there any reasons for that in ways that we're going to be able to manage that going forward? Because once again, we only have so many chairs. I know the member from Montague Kilmuir, as well as myself, have mentioned about potential expansion of chairs to other facilities like Community Hospital in O'Leary or whatever, just to provide more consistent services across the island. Where's your breaking point, I guess, at what you currently have?
I can review with you, when we looked at our 2016-17 stats, we actually had 108 hemodialysis patients, which has steadily gone down to the level now of 96.
96, okay.
And if we look at our peritoneal dialysis, it was hovering around 14, 15, and is climbing to 23.
Going up, yeah.
So it's a change.
But in general terms, I guess the one you got to watch is the 96 one. That's the one that you have to provide a space peritoneal. They can sort of do a little bit of themselves with some supports for your dialysis units. So anyway, that's fine.
Okay. Shall this section carry? Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, so I did have a question about providing dialysis in the west or the east, if there's any expansion plans there.
In the west, it would be, I believe it was in 2019, that Western Hospital, that there was a substantial investment in improvements to the dialysis unit at Western Hospital. I also believe at Surrey Hospital that there was expansion to, that's right, expansion to the dialysis at Surrey Hospital.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Great. And so have you found that is now a sufficient, that sort of resources are now sufficient to provide care to all those who need it in those areas?
I think to Kelly's point that you look at the numbers having dropped, yes, at this point in time, but again, always have to monitor that. Kelly,
Can I add? When we look at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, we have, as of January, 61 hemodialysis patients with a capacity for 74. At Prince County, 19 patients with a capacity for 36. At Surrey, 7 with a capacity for 12. And Western Hospital, 9 with a capacity for 12.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Okay, that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Shall this section carry? Provincial Clinical Services appropriations provided for delivery of diagnostic imaging, laboratory, and pharmacy services in PEI hospitals. Administration, $397,100. Equipment, $51,400. Material supplies and services, $12,539,200. Professional services, $1,199,000. Salaries, $28,986,400. Travel and training, $188,400. Total provincial clinical services, $43,361,500. Shall the section carry? Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
So Atlantic Drug Review overspent, looks like a fairly significant amount. So why was there such a discrepancy?
That's in the next, another section.
It's in the next section?
Pharmacare.
Okay, Honourable Member, that would be in the next section on pharmacare. Can you hold your question until we get to that section?
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
do you have another question for this one?
Would the ostomy supplies program be in this section, or is that a different?
Pardon?
Pharmacare.
It'd be also in pharmacare.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, Charlottetown West Royalty.
Oh, sorry, Chair, I'm just getting ready for the next section. Thank you.
Okay, shall this section carry? Get your arm up early.
Pre-game warm-up.
Pharmacare, appropriations provided for delivery of provincial drug programs at PEI. Provincial drug programs are mainly delivered through community retail pharmacies or in the case of provincial pharmacy delivered programs directly to clients. Administration, $42,800. Equipment, $4,500. Material supplies and services, $353,200. Professional services, $1,523,900. Salaries, $1,035,500. Travel and training, $6,100. Grants, $39,300,100. Total pharmacare, $42,266,100. Shall I carry? Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke, and then Charlottetown West Royalty.
Okay, so now we're in pharmacare. Okay, so yes, the Atlantic Drug Review, let's ask about that one. So overspent, so why was there such a discrepancy?
Can I ask if you're looking at the grant section? The Atlantic Drug Review?
Sorry, was it overspent? It looks to me like it was. Maybe I've misunderstood.
Okay. So when we look at this, when I look at the table documents that I assume you're reviewing, we can see that under other professional fees, the Atlantic Drug Review has a forecast of 83.1. Yes, let me take a look at that a little closer. The expenditure was reported under professional and contract fees, but the budget is under grants.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
That's all, Chair, thank you.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. This month is CF month, and we're excited about that. And, you know, there's some stuff. The Standing Committee had a great presentation from Hunter this year earlier about cystic fibrosis, and it was pretty powerful. Yeah, yes. Yeah. And so it was pretty important, and the minister has stated that it's very important to him. So I'm just wondering, in this budget, how much of the budget increase is allocated to funding CF or the new Trikafta drug?
At this point in time, there wouldn't be any specifically. Having said that, as the member may be aware of the process federally and then provincially for the approval of drugs, it's, and I'm not sure if I have the acronym correct, it's, is it CADTH or something like that? So as I understand it, for that drug, it has went through that stage, and now it is negotiations between the federal government and the pharmaceutical companies for the negotiation of the price. And once that takes place, then it potentially will be put on the formulary for the province of Prince Edward Island. So I guess when this budget, and Kelly, feel free to jump in here, but when this budget was in the process of being put together, at that time the whole review was still taking place through CADTH. With that, I am going to be, you had referenced Hunter here, I'm going to be meeting with him. And, you know, it's, be careful how I phrase it. It is an extremely promising drug that is extremely important to those individuals, those islanders or Canadians right across the board that are living with CF. So.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And thank you for that explanation, and you're right. And you know, it's my understanding that Health Canada is going to approve this in June of this year. So
it was expedited. That's right. The length of time, I think, normally for a review of a drug and the subsequent approval or decline of it is somewhere in the range of 300 plus days. And as I had understood it, that Health Canada had cut that back substantially because of the realization of just how important and the great impact that this drug may have on individuals' lives.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
That's great Health Canada did that, and that shows the importance of the drug. And Minister, I'm glad to see you're updated on this file because it is very important. So if they expedited it, are we able to expedite the process after Health Canada finishes up to get this to Islanders?
Well, I guess, there's sort of that intermediary process of once Health Canada through CADTH gives approval, then the negotiations between the federal government and the pharmaceutical company to come to an agreement, okay, what is the price going to be on this particular drug? And then subsequent to that, it goes to each individual province to see, okay, there is a set price now that's been negotiated, and are the provinces, for whatever reason, in a position to or not to fund this specific drug? And I'm talking in general terms, not specifically towards this drug.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the notes on that, and I'm just looking at that. And I know it's a process, and I'm just trying to get a sense from the minister so that we can tell the community and get them excited about the future. How long does the minister think that we will? How long does that process? When can we look at setting a goal for getting this drug in the hands of Islanders?
I guess I would have to say it would be premature for me to sit here right now because it's still in the federal hands to say that it was going to be, it'd be premature. But with that, I do appreciate where the member's coming from, have heard it from constituents, from Hunter, and it's obviously a very important drug, very promising drug.
Yeah,
Charlottetown West Royalty.
There's no doubt about it, and I appreciate the minister's answer. For the CF, people are battling CF. Is there anything that we can tell them about out-of-province care? I know I've heard some issues about out-of-province care because they have to go out of province to get adequate care, especially during the pandemic. Is there any? This might not be in the, I know I just caught myself in the wrong section, but I guess that would, you don't have to answer it, Minister. It's just a concern.
No.
So.
Yeah, it's the wrong section.
Yeah.
We passed that section.
Irregardless, I do appreciate where you're coming from. And
Yeah.
with regard to cystic fibrosis, I'm sure that probably everybody in this legislature has known a family, a friend that's been impacted and, has lost a loved one because of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you. That's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. Would you be able to explain the difference between the provincial pharmacy delivery program that's in this section and purchase services for pharmacist services that's in the professional contract services? I'm just trying to understand, because there's a lot of money there, which is great, but I'm just trying to understand sort of what the difference is between contracted services and grants for pharmacy.
Oh, okay. I believe I see what you're looking at. So when you look at the grants relate to the drug programs. So for example, high-cost drugs, seniors drug cost assistance programs, financial assistance program, the diabetes control, the ostomy supplies program, home oxygen, etc. Where the purchase service pharmacist services, those relate to, and I'm just going to flip to a page to give a couple of examples. Those would be in relation to the service agreement with the community pharmacist for compliance packaging, basic medication reviews, basic medication follow-ups, diabetes medication reviews, et cetera, et cetera.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, because there is a grant line item for provincial pharmacy delivery programs, which is $3 million $88,600 for the 21-22 budget.
Oh.
That information is bring back, Kelly.
Did you want to come back to that one and I can ask another question?
Sure.
If you want, you can keep looking for it if it's at your fingertips. Not all the answers are at your fingertips, so we understand.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you want us to bring that back?
I'll have to bring that one back, my apologies.
We'll bring that back.
Bring it back, okay. Charlottetown Belvedere.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll ask about the ostomy supplies program. I note that the budget line item from 2021 to 21-22 is about the same, but that I'm not clear if I'm reading this right, that the forecasted number is really low that we see in our, and I don't know if that's just a quarter forecast or if that's the forecast to date, if you have more up-to-date numbers, because it seems really undersubscribed. And that's the supplies program for ostomates. Recognizing that the budget is still around the same for the next fiscal year, but just wondering why that number seems so low.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say
Yep, I see it there now, yeah.
Was it ostomy?
Ostomy supplies, yeah. The utilization uptake for that program was lower than anticipated.
Okay. Chair?
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously I've worked quite closely with this community for a number of years to get the program in place, and I am hearing a couple of challenges. One of them is that the program is reimbursement based, not as with some other pharmacare programs deducted at purchase. And so there is always a cash flow challenge there. The other piece is that the program maxes out, at quite a low number. So while there are hundreds of people who have the need for the supplies, the amount of supplies that they need is not being met by the program. I'm thinking that I think it'd be really worth talking to that community, because I think that the amount of money that's there could be spent if we adjusted how much people could claim and have more flexibility in the claim. Minister, I don't know if you could comment on that.
Certainly. So just so I'm clear, like there'd be two aspects to your suggestion. One would be, first of all, that rather than making the purchase and then submitting for a claim on that purchase, that it would automatically be paid to a certain amount. The other, as I understand, of a cap on it, or of a ceiling now, is $2,400 per year.
That's correct.
So to look at increasing that cap.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Yeah, exactly, Minister, and I appreciate you recognizing those details. So, a couple of quick things on this one. There are over 600 people right now that we're aware of, probably more, but 600 who are that I remember from my last number who had registered with the Ostomate Support Group. Some people can spend $1,100 a month on supplies. And some people can spend $100 a month on supplies. The same person can spend up to, it can vary month to month depending on their needs because it changes so much. And I know that there has been a challenge because there is a really quite a wide range of different supplies that Ostomates need because there are so many different circumstances that need to be addressed. Saying that, most pharmacies carry those supplies. And this is not something that goes away, so it's a recurring every month cost, and it's one that is a huge financial burden, as well as one that carries a great amount of stigma and shame. And so, I will always appreciate the fact that this program exists, but I do think that this would be a great time, Minister, to review it with that input from the community to make it work better, because it's not for lack of need that those funds aren't being expended. I genuinely think that there are barriers to people being able to access them.
Appreciate that, member.
Charlottetown Belvedere?
Thank you. No, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to bring that feedback to the floor, and that's just because of saying I work with that group very closely. Referring back to the diabetes control, there's a grant line for diabetes control. And then, in another section, we're going to talk about the insulin pumps and like the actual primary care chronic supplies. If I can just ask a question about the diabetes control program, is this the funding that supports the community clinicians or the community nurses across the community who do that direct intervention with diabetes patients? I'm not quite sure where that's kind of covered, or if this is that part of that program.
That, I believe, is in primary care. Okay. This is specific to the supplies and the drugs.
The provincial diabetes program is in the next section.
Okay.
Charlottetown Belvedere?
Thank you. Yeah, and I get that you've got the kind of the section around, particularly around diabetes control, but it's saying that there is a grant for diabetes control, which is 2.742 million, so it's a really significant expenditure. I'm just wondering what that grant is for. So if that's for the actual consumable supplies that are distributed in pharmacies, the subsidy that goes in through the provincial pharmacare program, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing your question.
That's okay.
Repeat the question, please.
Sure. I'll speak slower too. I tend to speak very quickly. The diabetes control grant, which is $2,742,000. My understanding is that would be the grant to cover the cost of the supplies, the consumable supplies made available through pharmacare. Okay.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you. How? Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I know what I was going to ask, Chair.
Okay. Okay, Charlottetown Belvedere, you still have the floor, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Where we have the contracted services of pharmacists, which is $1,492,000, can you advise how that has been increased? Because I don't see any difference between the 2021 budget and this year's budget, but we know that we have additional services that are being provided by pharmacists, like UTI prescriptions. Can you advise how that's being covered within the budget?
I'm sorry, we're covering off that additional expenditure?
Yes, the budget line hasn't changed year over year, but we've added some additional prescribing services that pharmacists are responsible for. So I'd expect them being remunerated for that. I'm just wondering where that's reflected in the budget.
Okay. So as you pointed out, the budget is $1,492,900 and a forecast of $2,070,000. There's been an increase in the types of services provided, and I do believe that contract with the association has expired.
26.
And if you just look at the grant total, I'm just going to flip to one other page. Overall, when you look at our grant programs, We have a significant number of rebates that we are receiving for a number of our high-cost and other drugs. And if you just looked at the overall grant line, that is part of the rationale why you're not seeing that pop when you just look at that grant line. Some of those rebates are covering that off.
Okay, if I can just clarify.
Charlottetown Belvedere?
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking about professional and contract services,
Mhm.
not grants.
Mhm.
So the professional and contract services, maybe we're not, I don't know. Because I'm seeing a total, in the total budget line is 1,523,000. Of which the bulk of that, 1,492,000, is for the pharmacist services. So that would be the fees that are paid to pharmacists in the contracting of the delivery of services direct at the pharmacy level. It's exactly the same amount as we had in the previous budget year. But in the between last budget year and this budget year, we've added a number of additional prescribing services to the core things that pharmacists are allowed to prescribe for, which includes or should include remuneration for their time to do that. And the biggest example I can think of is the UTI. I'm just, where is that reflected?
Okay, so you're looking at the correct line. Our budget has not increased. You are absolutely correct that some of the services that have not provided have increased, but the contract or the agreement between Health PEI, the province, and the Pharmacy Association has expired. And we are spending more on the expanded scope of practice for this group, and they are being compensated for that at this time.
Charlottetown Belvedere?
So how are we doing that if it's not in the budget? Are we doing that through a special warrant in the interim until the contract is completed, or kind of hoping that we'll sort it out later? Because it's like, it's
Would it partially be reflected, Kelly, in page
yeah, I mean,
3
it's
of
a cost that
26?
we've already done, that, they're already doing it. So that this isn't sort of to come later. And, we're hoping to see some additional expansion of scope of practice, which we have been discussing, and I would expect that to be reflected as well. So how are we going to allow for that kind of additional cost? I would expect it to be forecast, I guess.
That value is forecast, and that certainly would be considered in the future negotiations. But if you look at the current forecast for our fiscal 2020-21 overall, you can see that it is slightly higher than the budget. Accordingly, that's why I was referring to some of the additional rebates we were receiving are helping to offset that cost at this point in time.
Charlottetown Belvedere?
Okay. Okay, I'll leave that there. Thank you, Chair.
Cornwall Meadowbank?
So is this the appropriate place to talk about drug formulary? Yeah. So do we have any indication on how many new drugs will be added to the formulary this year?
Within the budget this year, we have funding for high-cost cancer drugs. You can see some of that funding within this section. As well, you would have seen some of this funding within our acute care section for our cancer treatment centers at both the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and Prince County Hospital because of how those drugs are distributed accordingly. It's at this time that we have to allow the Provincial Drugs and Therapeutics Committee to come forward with those priority drugs that would fall into that category. I don't have a listing of what those are at this point in time.
Cornwall Meadowbank?
So just how quickly does this happen? I know when we were in government, there were times that actually there was executive decisions made that to include those drugs because they were life-threatening. So I'm just wondering how long it takes that committee to make those decisions to add those drugs to the formulary.
I can bring that information back, but my understanding is that they do meet quite frequently. So I do understand that they may already have a standing list of what those are.
Cornwall Meadowbank.
And just curious, the generic drug program, how many people are on that right now?
When we look at the generic drug program, as of December 31st, so I don't have a full year, so I might give you 2 years' worth of information. The clients registered as of December 2021 were 24,203. The clients using were 10,000, just over 10,000, 10,032. The claims for each client were about 7.3 claims. The cost per claim was about $14.51.
Cornwall Meadowbank.
And just curious, like, I was approached just the other day on a drug for high blood pressure called Exarello. Exarello, I think it is called. It's $125 a month, senior 65 years old with no health plan. And the government's not covering the cost. So he has to go in every month or every 2 weeks and get his blood work done. So I'm sitting there going, well, if it's $125 a month, what's it costing him to get his blood work done twice a month? Is likely more than $125 a month. So he has to switch back to Warfarin, which then he has to go in and get his blood done every 2 weeks or whatever it is. But I'm just kind of curious to your opinion, maybe more so even the minister, on these types of things almost look like it could save you money.
No, it's an excellent observation, and I think it's the type of thing that, yes, that we have to look, and, those are the types of things, remember, that it's so great to hear, but we do have to go back, take a look at these specific examples, and if it's going to be a benefit to the patient, to the islander, and at the end of the day, potentially also save dollars. To me, it's a no-brainer.
Cornwall Meadowbank.
No, thank you. I have no further questions.
O'Leary Inverness.
Just a couple of questions, some have already been asked. On the high-cost drugs, so you had a little over $9 million budgeted, you spent $13 million, and now this year you're only budgeting $10 million. So that's some sort of, did somebody pass away that was on a high-cost drug, or did a drug become cheaper, or can you explain the discrepancies in those numbers? They're pretty high.
If you look at the bottom of that list, you see rebates with a forecast value of $5,712,200.
Yeah.
The majority of those rebates relate to high-cost drugs.
Okay.
O'Leary Inverness.
But you're still budgeting for the coming year. You're expecting rebates to come, because you don't have any expected rebates in the coming year, I guess is what I'm coming at.
No, we don't budget. If we were to budget for that rebate value, we would actually have to, we would then increase each of those line items. And because it does change, it fluctuates of when those rebates come in, because it's based on the drug itself and the utilization of it accordingly. So those rebates do fluctuate. So we would have to modify those budget lines quite often based on those rebates coming in. So right now we have them as separate lines, knowing and understanding that that rebate that you're seeing there primarily relates to high-cost drugs, but we certainly could do that.
Okay.
O'Leary Inverness.
It's a bit confusing, but I'll pass on. On the opioid therapy replacement program, once again budgeted close to $800,000. Once again spent or forecast to spend $948,000, but next year you're only budget $820,000. So under that particular program, my understanding is there's very few people ever come off that program. So what would be the explanation to why you're going below budget, what you spent last year, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay. So
this is the methadone program, correct? It's Suboxone.
yes, it is.
And one explanation maybe methadone has gone down in price, or Suboxone's gone down in price.
I doubt there would be much of a case where there'd be a large amount of people come off the program. I mean, the one way of coming off it is usually death. So I'm just trying to understand the explanation of why you spent $948,000 or projected to spend, and $820,000 is all you're budgeting.
So that's one line item that we'll have to closely monitor and look closely to see if perhaps additional funding is needed accordingly. We do monitor and look at the utilization of a lot of these drug programs as we're developing the budget accordingly. That's one that we'll have to look at.
I guess I'm saying, Minister, but that's a lot. It's $120,000 right off the bat that you're probably not going to recover. So I'm curious to why that wouldn't be in the budget to be upfront with it versus your other options are to try to absorb it from somewhere else. And I've been Minister of Health. That's hard to do. And the other option is a special warrant. But so, Minister, do you have a thought on that? I mean, it just seems like an unrealistic number, I guess, is what, from my end.
Well, I guess really the only comment that I would have would be just as follow-up to Kelly's. I can't comment, or I'm not going to on that specific one, but I think across the board, like obviously it has to be monitored, and if there is an increase like that, it is a great program, without a doubt. And we are never going to put ourselves in a position that because we've hit a certain budget line item that the program's going to be discontinued or whatever until the next fiscal year. So, no, I appreciate you raising that, and it will have to be monitored. And I'm sure Kelly is flagging it here as we speak.
O'Leary and Vanessa.
No, Minister, and I understand, like I say, in most cases in the delivery of healthcare, we don't really focus on totally a budget line, but in the end of the day, when we finish off our budget year, usually, I know in my case, we could never, Premier never exactly.
It was difficult.
So I get that, but I guess I would just say that, you know, when we are putting together a budget, we should try to make it as, and that's why I'm here asking the questions. If there's a discrepancy from what you spent last year to what you're planning on spending, when I pick that one out, only because, like I say, there's the likelihood of anybody coming off it is slimmer, and you get more going on all the time. It would seem to me it would be an obvious.
And the importance of having it.
Yeah, and I guess the other part of it would be is if I was a person that was on the program and I followed up on this kind of stuff and he said, geez, they're cutting the budget on me, you know, then I would be maybe worried, which causes other anxieties that you don't really need to have. So
Sure, but
anyway,
the program is not.
Yeah, no, I just want to make that point and identify it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the requests for the budget that came from the official opposition was around increases to the provincial formulary to put us not even in line with the Atlantic provinces, the average, because we're quite well below there, and certainly well below the spending in the entire country. So it's my understanding there was some amount of increase, but perhaps not as much as we would have hoped. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit on increases that were made to the formulary and how you came to the amounts that you did.
I do believe that the increase to formulary is 1.5 million. And defer to you, Kelly, for the second part of the member's question.
So as I noted earlier, as she said, Minister, the increase to the drug formulary budget was 1.5 million, distributed over pharmacare as well as our acute care facilities for our cancer treatment center at the QEH and Prince County Hospital based on the delivery of the high-cost cancer drugs that would be considered.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Okay, so thank you for that description of what is happening. So how did you come to that amount of 1.5 million, which to us would be less than what we would have hoped?
Probably, if I could, and I'll ask Kelly to jump in here as well, but the additional 1.5 million is for the formulary. Then over and above that, were there increases with regard to cancer treatment drug as well under a previous section, or was that?
No, it was all
Okay.
included.
So yes, it'd be 1.5. So just how that is came from or arrived at from a budget perspective, I'd ask you, Kelly, probably.
I know each and every year we do very much look to have funding for additions to the formulary. Over recent years, it's been approximately $750,000 or maybe slightly greater. So we look to try to monitor what those requests that are coming in and balance that with our other priorities as well. So it was consideration that there's a significant need and looking to see what has been added year over year.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Yeah, no, there's certainly a significant need. So, our reason for putting this into our budget submission was that the Canadian Institute for Health Information reported in 2019 that PEI covered the lowest number of drugs of any Canadian province and spent the lowest dollar amount on publicly funded prescription drugs of any Canadian province. So that's low. That's really shocking to hear that. That means, of course, that it is more challenging here than any other province for people to have access to the medications that they need. And of course, when individuals can't access medication, when they can't afford to access medications they need, they become more sick. So there are really some long-term practical cost implications to not investing upfront in the formulary. So our request was for an additional $2,800,000 to be added right away, with a similar increase to be made over 3 years. The next 3 consecutive years, that would bring PEI in line with the per capita average for the other 3 Atlantic provinces. So we had a really clear rationale for that ask. And again, even that being at the per capita average for the Atlantic provinces, still well below the Canadian average. So, I'm a little concerned that the answer is pretty vague as to how you came to the, decision that 1.5 million would be a sufficient amount to invest in the formulary. And I think, do you have anything else to add on that, why you chose that amount rather than, setting out targets that are going to put you in line with at least the Atlantic Canadian average?
I really can't add anything else, member. I know, but there have been ongoing discussions as well with regard to a national pharmacare program, and I know that's often a bit of a tangent, but certainly you look at the formulary, and we have to look at some of the drugs that are coming down the road that are extremely high-cost drugs as well, and be able to work with the federal government. I have had discussion with the federal Minister of Health with regard to a pharmacare program that, that's going to help Canadians right across the board, but certainly Islanders as well. I think, too, in a general level, when we're putting together the budget, that we have to look, and I do appreciate that, okay, there was an additional 1.5 million there, but the ask was 2.8 million. There were other areas, for example, that the official opposition did put in asks on for that we were able to go a bit above and beyond, for example, of what the ask was, for example, for Shingrix vaccine. But I do note your concerns, and yes, appreciate you bringing them forward.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Thank you, Chair. That's all for now.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions, and maybe they were asked. If they were, I apologize. Insulin pumps. Was that already discussed?
That would be.
So is there any increase in that? And what's the youngest age where you can get a youth insulin pump?
That's the next section.
So it's in the next section? Okay. All right. Okay, I guess I'm ahead of myself, so I'll wait until we get to the next section. Thanks.
Total hospital services, $312,523,600. Shall it carry? Community health and seniors care, primary care and chronic disease management. Appropriations provided for general administration of the division and delivery of a wide range of programs, including program development, women's wellness program, integrated chronic disease prevention and management, provincial diabetes program, organized stroke care, colorectal and cervical cancer screening, and operations of the provincially owned health centers. Administration, $478,200. Equipment, $69,300. Material supplies and services, $1,347,200. Professional services, $539,400. Salaries, $22,297,400. Travel and training, $141,100. Grants, $404,300. Total primary health care and chronic disease management, $25,276,900. Leader of the third party.
Okay, so this is where the insulin pumps would be? So is there funding there to increase the amount of insulin pumps for youth?
There was a $1 million increase, but that was in health and wellness, wasn't it? Correct. Yes. Okay. So when we had brought forward the budget on health and wellness, there was an additional $1 million for diabetes supports in that budget, which we did discuss on the floor. But if the chair is okay, I could give maybe a bit of context on that. Have had meetings with Dr. Adams, with advocates from the diabetes groups, individuals with diabetes, and looking at what other, a number of newer additional initiatives where that $1 million, that additional $1 million could be best spent. So certainly some of the things that we are hearing back, or that I am hearing back, is increase in the number of test strips, increase in monitoring, glucose monitoring systems, pumps. So just where it is, the additional $1 million is ultimately going to go to. It's not hard and fast at this point in time, but we are working with the experts such as Dr. Adams and community groups as well. But I do realize that was in previous department's budget, but want to give you a little bit of an overview or update on that.
Thank you.
Leader of the third party.
Okay. The vaccine for shingles, is that in this part, or was that in the other part, or is that under the formulary, or where does that fall in?
Again, that was under health and wellness.
Okay. All right. And then you got midwifery here, consulting fees, $60,000, and like nothing the year before, nothing going forward.
One moment. I do have an answer for you on that. I just want to take a look at where it is. So when we look at midwifery, there's a value in the table documents under consulting fees for $60,000. But when you look at that overall investment in fiscal year 1920, there was an investment of $150,000. In 2021, $250,000, and this year we're happy to say another $250,000. For that grand total of $650,000 over 3 years. So that $60,000 will be in relation to some consulting work and planning to get the program up and running. And my notes show that a demonstration pilot with 3 FTE midwives, possibly based out of the QEH and Prince County Hospital, to include in-hospital and home-based prenatal and postnatal care is part of the plan.
Leader of the third party.
So there is money allocated, but there isn't no There's no program in place yet?
It's under the salary component, and the line item that you were looking at was under purchase service consulting.
Okay.
So there was a budget.
Okay, and just one other question. On the CPOD professional development, that kind of took quite a dip. It went up and down. What's that about? Is that training for personnel?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's personnel training, okay. Thank you for now.
Okay. Time Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Chair. So, is this the section where I can ask about services that are being provided to replace some of the specialized services that people had been accessing at Clinic 554? So specialized services for 2SL, G, BTQ, 1IA plus folks as well, transgender and, yeah.
Can I make a comment? Okay.
Yes.
Those services cross over a little bit in primary care, a little bit in acute, and out of province, if I may provide a comment?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
thank
just
you.
have to flip to another page, bear with me at the time. So starting February 18th, 2021, the transgender community and PEI will have access to clinical services virtually of a transgender specialist. The clinic will take place at Prince County Hospital twice per month. When you speak of, and that's primarily is where those services, when I speak of acute or ambulatory care plus primary care, because our primary care staff work along with our ambulatory care staff for these programs. But specifically, your question was in relation to the specialized care. More specialized procedures are covered at a private clinic in Quebec, GRS Montreal. And when we look at, in anticipation of this question, I did look at some of the stats, and I believe there were, over those 3 calendar years, about 21 approved procedures provided.
Time Valley Sherbrooke.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, so as of, February 18th, 2021, there's a clinic that is providing services for Islanders around, transgender or gender diversity. That's really wonderful to hear. I'm surprised this is the first time that we are hearing about this publicly. It's fantastic news. Is there anything else that the minister would like to add on this before we switch over? Because I'm really pleased to hear it.
So great to hear from the member that term, fantastic news.
Okay, honourable members,
get
we're
too
now
used to
going to
it, but I'll
transition
give it to you
over
this
into
time.
opposition
Yeah.
time. We are on. Yes, we are. Thank you, Chair. You're very welcome.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Speaker take the chair and let the chair report progress and beg leave to sit again.
Shall it carry? Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration the grants of supply to Her Majesty, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall carry. The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford, the opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by Summerside Wilmot that the 23rd order of the day be now read.
Shall carry.
Carried.
Order 23, Environmental Bill of Rights, Bill number 108, in committee.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford, the opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by Summerside Wilmot that this House do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall carry.
Carried.
The honourable member from Tignish Palmer-Oak, Deputy Speaker, Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, please.
The House is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the bill to be in Titchwald Environmental Bill of Rights. Request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Michelle Patterson, Research and Communications Officer with the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Michelle, and welcome. Honourable members, we left off last with this bill on with an amendment. It was the 6th amendment that was out. It's section 28. The amendment has been read. It's been distributed, and it is presently under debate. Is there any more debate on this amendment? Shall it carry? Carry. The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have amendment to subsection 14.6, the next one, and I'll read it as it's being circulated. Move that Bill number 108 is amended by the deletion of subsection 14.6.
I gotta find my notes because I can't.
Okay, members, it's being distributed at the moment, and I'll give you a moment to receive it, to read it, and then I'll open the floor for questions.
So 14.6, This has been designed as potentially shared resource amongst other provinces. It was thought that this may be perceived as conflict of interest, though there should be an environmental issue that crosses provincial borders.
Thank you. All members have received a copy. Are there any questions? Charlottetown Belvedere.
Sorry, I didn't receive a copy.
Okay. Okay, are there any questions? Shall I carry? The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment subsections 25(1) and 2, and I will read it. Move that Bill number 108 is amended in subsections 25(1) and 2 by the deletion of the words "any 2" and substitute with the words "any 5." And it just to increase the number of people that it takes to kick off an application to the Commissioner. So instead of 2, it'll be 5.
Thank you very much. And again, this amendment is presently being distributed. Okay, honourable members, everyone received a copy. Are there any questions? Shall this amendment carry? Oh, sorry, Leader of the Third Party.
So can I, a brief explanation from why we're going from any 2 to any 5? Did I miss that?
Pardon me?
Why are we going from like 2 to 5? What's the reasoning?
Oh, I think it was just that it was thought that 2 and 5 isn't that big of a difference. So 2, we want to make sure that there's a reasonable number of people, I guess, raise a concern. So 2 could be you and your neighbor driving in the car and you decide you're going to stop this project, and 5 means you might have to at least knock on your neighbor's door and get another family involved. It's pretty arbitrary. I mean, 5 won't stand in the way of an application, but it'll get you to do a little more work than slide it across the table at supper to your wife and ask her to sign it.
The Leader of the opposite Third Party.
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other questions? Shall I carry?
Carry.
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment subsection 27(1), and it's the same amendment, but I'll read it. Bill number 108 is amended in subsection 27(1) by the deletion of the words "any 2" and the substitution of words "any 5", and it's for identical purposes.
Thank you very much. Again, this amendment is presently being distributed. All members have received a copy. Are there any questions? Shall this amendment carry? Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment Section 28, and I'll read it, and it's move that Bill number 108 is amended in Section 28 by the deletion of the word "shall" and substitution with the word "may." And this amendment provides the Commissioner with the discretion on referring applications should they not feel it is needed or appropriate in certain situations.
Thank you. Okay, have all members received a copy? Now I'm going to open it up for questions. The leader of the third party.
Chair, so just a question to the minister. So isn't may lightening up the responsibility from shall? Or am I understanding that wrong? So like,
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
So our original intention with this, was that whether or not a complaint is found to be valid, the minister should still be made aware of what the complaint is, because themes could emerge. It could be useful for the department. The department felt that mandatorily having that reported would not be necessary, and the information could be provided to the commissioner, or from the commissioner to the minister at their discretion.
Okay, leader of the third party.
oh, I guess that answers my question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Shall this amendment carry? The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment Section 30. Well, read this will take a little longer to read. Move that Section 30 of Bill number 108 is deleted and the following substituted. 30, application regarding contravention. 1, where the person has contravened or will imminently contravene an act, regulation, or instrument not exempted under subsection 27(2), and the actual or imminent contravention has caused or will imminently cause significant harm to a public resource of the province, the Commissioner may bring an application for an order for declaratory or injunctive relief against the person in the court in respect to the harm, and is entitled to judgment if successful. Restriction on bringing application. 2, notwithstanding subsection 1, an application may not be brought under that subsection in respect to an actual contravention unless an application for an investigation into the contravention has been made under Part 6. Further restriction regarding farm practices. 3, notwithstanding subsection 1, an application may not be brought under the subsection in respect of actual or imminent harm to a public resource if the province from odor, noise, dust, vibration, light, smoke, or other disturbance resulting from a normal farm practice unless the Commissioner has applied to the Farm Practice Review Board under subsection 5.1 of the Farm Practices Act, RSPEI 1988, Cap F 4.1, with respect to the odor, noise, dust, vibration, light, smoke, or other disturbance that the Farm Practice Review Board has disposed of the application. No delay due to restriction. 4, subsection 2 and 3 do not apply if the delay involved is complying with them would result in significant harm or serious risk of significant harm to a public resource. Onus Commissioner. 5, the onus is on the Commissioner in an application under subsection 1 to prove the contravention or imminent contravention on a balance of probabilities. On rights not limited. 6, this section does not limit any other right to bring or maintain a proceeding. And the purpose of this is the amendment provides the Commissioner with the authority to commence litigation under the Act with respect to matters that may cause harm to the environment. Before it required any resident, this removes the burden from citizens who may not be able to navigate the legal system.
Thank you very much, Minister. Everyone has received a copy. Are there any questions? Shall it carry? Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment Section 31. Move that Section 31 of Bill number 108 is amended by the deletion of the words defendant wherever it occurs and substitute it with the word respondent. And it's to align the terminology with Section 30 amendment and keeping consistency.
Thank you. Have all members received a copy? Any questions? Shall the amendment carry? The Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment Section 32. And it is moved that 1, Section 32 of Bill 108 is deleted and the following substituted. 32, service on Attorney General. 1, the Commissioner in an application under subsection 31 shall serve the notice of the application on the Attorney General not later than 10 days after the day on which the notice of application is served on the first respondent served in the application. Role of the Attorney General. 2, the Attorney General is entitled to present evidence and make submissions to the court in the application, to appeal an order made on the application, and to present evidence and make submissions in an appeal from a judgment on the application. And that's also to align the terminology with Section 30 changes that we made.
Great, thank you. Have all members received a copy? Okay, we're now open for questions. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. Does the proponent of the bill okay with these amendments?
Thank you for asking. There were a number of amendments that we went back and forth on, and these ones I'm all comfortable on.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that is there's quite a few amendments, and I think we're on tree number 2 now with all this paperwork. And I'm wondering, like, and I'm not being smart here, like, couldn't the bill have been rewritten to incorporate these amendments, or that's not something that can happen in our parliament? Like, it seems like a lot of amendments to one bill.
So it's a fair question, member. I would say we cannot withdraw a bill that's already before the House. We could not take it away, as far as I am aware. So because this particular bill would establish a new office, we knew it was going to have to go to LMC first. So it needed to be tabled so that process could happen. And in tandem, the department was reviewing it. So there's a number of small amendments that were made after that process began in order to make sure that there would be time to debate it in the House. So this is where we have ended up on it. We are going through them one at a time because that's the only process we have, unfortunately.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for clarity. It was a concern that there's so many amendments. Thank you.
No problem.
Question, Charlottetown West Royalty.
So it says 10 days, and you referenced another section, Minister? It was 30. Why 10 days? Standard.
Shall I answer that, or shall you? Oh, fantastic. So 10 days was actually already in the legislation, and that's pretty standard from other jurisdictions that we've had a chance to review. This doesn't change the 10-day number. It just changes some of the language to make it more consistent with the amendment in the section prior.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
That's all right, Chair.
Any other questions? Minister of Social Development and Housing.
I was just wondering, and maybe you did answer this, I missed it. Did you consult with the Federation of Agriculture on this bill?
Yeah, no, we did not consult with the Federation of Agriculture because everything that's covered under the Farm Practices Act is expressly exempt in this legislation. So what we're really looking to cover is largely undertakings that are coming forward, projects, things of that nature. Those are the types of things that show up on a registry, things that happen on public land. So there wouldn't have been a cause to speak with them specifically on this.
Okay.
But that was asked yesterday.
Okay. Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Okay, and I just want to express concern to represent my constituents, because there's lots of farmers, and, they may be moving round bales of hay across the road, displacing dirt, especially when they're hauling out of a field, dirt may come onto the road, and sometimes I get complaints, how come they're putting all that mud on the road, that's unsafe, et cetera. So just to be clear, and I know, apologies if this was asked previously, but the Farm Practices Act would cover that off, and this would not impact farmers. People wouldn't complain under this legislation.
May I answer that?
Sure.
Yeah. So I could not guarantee you complaints wouldn't be made because, as you pointed out, Minister, complaints are made now. But as you... No, they absolutely are. I'm sure the Department of Environment would be able to tell you they receive those complaints, and also that there's a piece of legislation called the Farm Practices Act that expressly covers things like dirt, noise, normal farm practices. All of that is expressly exempt in the Farm Practices Act now, and we have exempted anything that's covered by Farm Practices Act for that very reason.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. Any other questions? Shall this amendment carry? Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment Section 33. And it reads, move that 1, Section 33 of Bill number 108 is amended. A, in subsection 1 by renumbering it as Section 33. B, by the deletion of the words the plaintiff and the substitution of the words the commissioner. And C, the deletion of subsection 33(2). And this is to align the terminology again with Section 30 amendment and keeping consistency. And the amendment also removes subsection 2 as it's no longer needed.
Okay, have all members received a copy? Are there any questions? Shall this amendment carry? Carry. Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment subsection 34(1). And it reads, move that 1, subsection 34(1) of Bill number 108 is amended by the deletion of the word action wherever it occurs and substitute with the word application. And this is to align the terminology with the Section 30 changes as well and just keeping it consistent.
Minister, no action.
Thank you.
Tell me.
Okay, have all members received a copy? Any questions? Shall this amendment carry?
Carry.
Honorable Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is subsection 35(1), and it reads, move that 1, subsection 35(1) of Bill number 108 is amended by the deletion of the word action wherever it occurs and substitute with the word application. And again, that's to align the terminology with the Section 30 changes that we've already made and keep it consistent.
Thank you. Again, have all members received a copy? Any questions? Shall the amendment carry? The Honorable Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is Section 36(1), and it reads, move that 1, subsection 36(1) of Bill number 108 is amended by the deletion of the words an action and the substitution of the words an application. And that's again to align the terminology with the Section 30 amendments that we've already made.
Any questions on this amendment? Shall it carry? The Honorable Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment Section 37, and it reads, move that 1, Section 37 of Bill number 108 is amended. A, in subsection 1, 2, and 3 by the deletion of the words action and the substitution of the word application. And B, in subsection 3 by the deletion of the words all past, present, and future residents and the substitution of the words all persons. And C, by the deletion of subsection 4 and the substitution of the following: court to consider notice. 4, in considering whether to dismiss the application without a finding as to whether the Commissioner was entitled to an order for declaratory or injunctive relief, whether for delay, for public interest reasons, or for any other reasons, or in consideration whether to approve discontinuance, abandonment, or settlement of the application, the court shall consider whether notice should be given under subsection 34(1). And that is, again, to align terminology with Section 30 amendment and to keep it consistent.
Okay, the floor is now open for questions. Leader of the third party.
This is to the opponent of the bill. Like, this is quite an amendment. Do you have any comments on this or any concerns with this amendment?
The main crux, there are a few pieces that changed earlier that this lines up with. So previously, an individual would be bringing forward an action, and one thing that was pointed out by the department that I actually think was a really great addition was that in order to have better access to justice, it would be better to have the commissioner be the one to bring the action forward. And so that means that an individual doesn't need to now be able to finance that. They don't need to have all of the language and terminology. The commissioner can do this on their behalf, which is a good thing. But a whole bunch of little changes previously meant that the language in this section was no longer exactly correct, so there are a few little tweaks to it.
Leader of third party.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's good.
Any other questions? Shall the amendment carry?
Question.
I'm sorry, I cannot. Sorry, Morel Donut.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a point of that. I appreciate the department coming and strengthening a bill too. I don't know. I know it happened when I was in opposition, and the department came to me and helped me strengthen my own bill. So that's not always the case. So I want to give credit to the department for coming and helping that, not trying to, I'll say, like, limit the bill, but help encourage it. So I think that's a noteworthy amendment for sure. Just a comment.
Any other questions? Shall it carry?
Carry.
Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment S38, and it reads, move that 1, Section 38 of Bill number 108 is amended, A, by the deletion of the words Prince Edward Island, B, by the deletion of the words the plaintiff and substitution of the words the commissioner, and C, by the deletion of the word action and substitution of the word application. The amendment is to correct the language regarding the rules of civil procedure and to align the terminology with the Section 30 amendment and keeping consistency.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions? Shall this amendment carry? Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is House Amendment SS 39-1, and move that 1, subsection 39-1 of Bill 108 is amended, A, by the deletion of the words the plaintiff and the substitution of the words the commissioner, and B, by the deletion of the words judgment and action and the substitution of the words declaratory and injunctive relief in an application. And it is 39 is, again, to align terminology with Section 30 amendment and to keep it consistent.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Shall it carry? Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment S40, and it's a long one. So move that 1 subsection 4.1 of Bill number 108 is amended. A, in the words preceding clause A, by the deletion of the words "no person may bring an action" and substitution of the words "the commissioner may not bring an application." B, in clause A, 1, by the deletion of the words "the person bringing the action" and substitution of the words "the commissioner." 2, in subclause 3 and 4, by the deletion of the words "action" and the substitution of the word "application." C, in clause B, by the deletion of the words "the person seeking to bring the action first ought" with the substitution of the words "the commissioner first ought." And D, in clause C, by the deletion of the words "action" and the substitution of the word "application." 2, subsection 4.2 of the bill amended by the deletion of the words "a person may bring the action" and the substitution of the words "the commissioner may bring the application." 3, subsection 43 of the bill is amended. A, by the deletion of the words "the person bringing the action applied" and the substitution of the words "person applied." B, by deletion of the words "the person" and the substitution of the words "the commissioner." C, by deletion of the words "the action" and the substitution of the words "the applicant." And D, by the addition of the words under subsection 27(1) after the words "day on which the application." 4, subsection 44, the bill is amended. A, by the deletion of the words "person bringing the action" and the substitution of the words "the commissioner." And B, by the deletion of the words "the person may bring the action" and the substitution of the words "the commissioner may make the application." And 40 is, again, to align terminology with section 30 of the amendment and keep it consistent.
Okay, any questions? The leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. So this one totally changes section 40.
It appears that way, but
Could we have a little bit of a better overview of why is this totally changing that whole section?
I can definitely understand why it would appear that it is entirely changing the section, and in reality, it is mostly just bringing language into alignment. There were some terms that the lawyers in the minister's office preferred over terms that we had found in other pieces of legislation. This is just bringing them into alignment with the language that was changed earlier.
Leader of the third party.
That's good, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Shall this amendment carry?
Carry.
Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment Part 8, and it reads, move that Bill number 108 is amended by the deletion of Part 8. So this part is completely removed and is unnecessary. The Employment Standards Act has this part included and lays out the appropriate process to be followed. With the clauses stated, the process piece is missing, and there are inconsistencies with the Employment Standards Act. So basically, in layman's terms, we have an act that covers it.
Any questions on this amendment? Leader of the third party.
I guess I thank the minister for his explanation, but I'd like to hear from the person that put this bill forward, like we're deleting a whole section.
Yep, so when we had brought this forward, we had looked at other existing pieces of legislation in other jurisdictions, and they did spell out the terms around this person's employment. So we just copied that and also ensured that we brought forward that information upon discussions with the department. They felt that what was already spelled out in the Employment Standards Act was a more fulsome way of handling that, and going back and forth on it, I agree. So.
Leader of the third party.
So, to your first part of your comments, in other jurisdictions, well, they have an Employment Standards Act as well. So, wouldn't they have thought that this would be an interference like is thought by the minister's department?
It's a fair question. I wouldn't say that this is an interference, but I would say that the Employment Standards Act has recently been updated. So some of what we had here would not be consistent with the most recent updates to the Employment Standards Act. So instead of amending this to reflect some of those changes, we felt that it would be reasonable to remove it and let the Employment Standards Act speak for itself.
Leave it to third party?
It's a fair question.
Any other questions? Shall this amendment carry?
Carried.
Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment S45 renumbered, and it reads, move that Bill number 108 is amended by the deletion of the part heading preceding Section 45 and Section 45 and the substitution of the following. Part 8, strategic lawsuits against public participation. 42, improper proceedings or misconduct. 1, no person shall A, commence a proceeding or threaten to commence a proceeding for the purpose of intimidating or preventing a person from 1, participating in a decision-making about policy, an act, a regulation, or an instrument as provided in Part 3. 2, applying for review under Part 5. 3, applying for an investigation under Part 6. 4, complying with or seeking an enforcement of an act, regulation, or instrument not exempted by regulations for the purpose of Part 6. 5, giving information to an appropriate authority for the purpose of an investigation, review, or hearing related to a policy, act, regulation, or instrument not exempted by the regulations for the purpose of Part 6, or 6, by evidence in a proceeding under this act or under an act not exempt by regulations for the purpose of Part 6, or B, engaging in misconduct in a proceeding brought by a person who has a right at law to bring or maintain a proceeding in respect to the environmental rights of the person referred to in Section 46. Declaration by court. 2, in a proceeding before the court may, on the motion of a party or on its own motion, declare a party to be in contravention of subsection 1. Authority of the court. 3, where the court makes a declaration under subsection 2, it may A, dismiss the proceeding or a part of the proceeding, B, strike any pleadings or parts of pleadings filed by a party in the proceeding, and C, in exercising its discretion under Section 60 of the Judiciary Act, 1, award or refuse costs in respect to any particular issue or part of a proceeding. 2, award all or part of the cost on a substantial indemnity basis, or 3, award costs in an amount that represents full indemnity. Factors or prejudice or discrimination. 4, for the purpose of determining whether a person has contravened subsection 1 of the court shall take into particular consideration prejudice or discrimination against historically marginalized, vulnerable, or economically disadvantaged groups or communities. And so this section is renumbered and also provides stronger protections for persons in relation to the exercise of rights under this act. This is often called a SLAP clause, preventing strategic lawsuits against public participation, and our legal feels that this revised language is stronger.
Any questions? Shall this amendment carry? Sorry? I have the leader of the third party.
So this is another one that's totally changed?
So I would not say totally changed, but it's definitely reworded. This was a conversation we had with the Minister of Justice staff, and I would say it's the second area that I feel the bill is definitely strengthened as a result of. So strategic lawsuits against public participation are a real problem that we've seen in other jurisdictions. If an individual wants to raise a complaint because they're concerned about a project, but let's say the individual who is the proponent of the project is considerably more wealthy than the individual, they will often threaten to countersue, as an example, to scare the person who is making the original claim. This really clearly protects people from that kind of vexatious counter lawsuits that can happen. And it very clearly spells out how the judge can rule in those situations, what they are allowed to throw out entirely. I feel it also strengthens the strategic lawsuits against public participation section.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. That's good.
Okay, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to point out that, yes, it does strengthen it, and I'm glad the Department of Justice was able to work with you and the Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Action, because it really does strengthen this bill. And I look forward to supporting this bill. I think it's a good bill, but I just want to recognize the staff that had to work very quickly with some of these amendments. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say in response to that, Minister Blair Barber in particular worked with us on this legislation, and he had some really valuable feedback in this section in particular.
Okay, any other questions? Shall this amendment carry? Carry. Okay, Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment Part 10, and it reads, move that Bill number 108 is amended by, in the part heading preceding Section 46, by the deletion of the words Part 10 and substitution of the words Part 9. And it's just renumbered to Part 9 since Part 8 was deleted.
Any questions on this amendment? Shall it carry? Carry. Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Chair. So the next one I have is House Amendment Section 4647 renumbered. Oh, yeah, I'll read it. Sorry. Move that Bill number 108 is amended by renumbering sections 46 and 47 as sections 43 and 44, respectively. I think just because. Bring it back.
Straightforward.
Okay, are there any questions on this amendment? Shall it carry? Carry. Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Okay, so this is House Amendment SS 481, and it reads, move that Section 48 of Bill number 108 is amended, A, by renumbering it as Section 45, and B, in subsection 1, by the addition of the following after Clause A. A1, prescribing documents that are instruments for the purpose of this Act. A2, prescribing types or classes of construction, industry, operation, or other projects that are undertakings for the purpose of this Act. I'm going to find my papers here, find them.
Minister, do you have something else to add to that, or?
Well, I'd like to, but
Yep.
I can't find it, so I'll have to go into this one blind.
That opens the floor for questions. O'Leary Inverness?
Chair, I mean, not much wonder the state of Island Forester and the condition they are based on the amount of paper we're putting through here. Is this all necessary, or what's going on with this? I mean, it just seems like, can't we do it in a more efficient way and less paper? Yeah, well, I should have thought of that beforehand.
That isn't
For the
something I
Green
have.
Party, I mean, I'm, it's all right to be environmentally friendly and all this stuff, but for the Green Party to go through this many trees, it kind of seems redundant, that's all.
I'm not sure if you're of the impression that I printed these
No, I
amendments.
guess it really isn't you, it's the Department of Environment, but somebody is.
You
So either
know-
the bill wasn't up to scratch to begin with, or we're just doing all these amendments to waste time, but.
With respect, member, that's quite an assertion. We would just be changing language. Whether you prefer the word trustee or guardian would go a long way to say that that makes the bill not up to snuff. I don't have any control over the process, but if you think that we should suggest something different to the Rules Committee, I'm more than happy to take that forward.
Well, Ian Verness?
Well, I mean, that's all my point, is it's just, I mean, it's, I got quite a pile of it here, and I'm still no farther ahead whether this is worthy or not worthy, and trying to get some feedback. Doesn't seem like a lot of people were consulted on this. Not to say that everybody has to be fair. I mean, you know, and the bill's been on the floor here, so people have had the opportunity to come and look at it. But I'm not getting a lot of satisfaction out of going through all this, I guess is what I'm saying. So that's just my statement anyway, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Shall Carey?
Carey.
Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you. So this is House Amendment Section 49, and it reads, move that Bill number 108 is amended by renumbering Section 49 as Section 46. So basically just to renumber it, fit them back together. Oh, thank you. I've got enough room on my desk to keep it on my desk.
Any questions on this amendment? Shall Carey?
Carey.
Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Chair. So this is House Amendment new S47, and it reads, move that Bill number 108 is amended by the addition of the following after Section 47, commencement. This act comes into force on a date that may be fixed by proclamation of the Lieutenant Governor and Council. I think the purpose was to just to give us enough time to, the Assembly or Legislative Management has to hire a commissioner in the department. We have to build a registry and probably hire people to make it work from our side. So it was just to give us time, I think, more than anything.
Thank you.
And
Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Yes, so, and the minister maybe half answered this in his still statement there, but it occurred to me that there'd probably be an impact on resources and government required to implement this act. And I was wondering if the sponsor has an estimate of the number of people we're going to have to hire within government to administer this act.
yeah, you're definitely not the first person to ask me that question, Minister,
I
for
missed that
sure.
the other day too?
And
Okay.
the reality is the process for this office to be set up would be exactly the same as the process of setting up any other office. So it would have to go through LMC. LMC members would have the opportunity to decide what they think is the appropriate level of resourcing. I think someone asked this question yesterday as well. But I think it was the honorable leader of the third party, but exactly same process. It would go through LMC. They can decide what they think is appropriate, and the House will.
So we don't have an estimate though of the number?
Because it would be entirely at the discretion, Minister. If they decided to set it up as a part-time office, I wouldn't have any control over that. We know, though, it's certainly been times in the past where LMC has been presented with a proposal, they consider it and determine what they think is appropriate, but it would be entirely at their discretion depending on how they chose to set it up.
Social Development and Housing.
Okay. So the minister here had estimated what, hiring a commissioner and what, 2 people possibly? Like, do you have an estimate though? Like, if it was part-time, how many would it be? If it was full-time, how many would it be?
It would genuinely be at the discretion of LMC. I don't know how to make that more clear, Minister. I'm really sorry. But the reality is that's the process for setting up an independent office in our legislature. So LMC would have to decide how they felt it was appropriate to resource it. I have expressed privately to the department that I can see lots of value in choosing to start the office smaller if they think that's how they want to get going, and then ramp it up based on how many people come forward. But that's really a discussion for you to have with your House leader for LMC.
Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Okay, I just thought, if you're proposing a bill like this, you might have at least an estimate of what the sort of costs would be on government from a resourcing perspective, but that's fine. It sounds like you don't, and you're just throwing it to LMC and
That's literally our process.
You haven't thought about what that would mean. Because I think it's important to think about that when you're introducing the bill. Like, you must have actually thought about it. It's costing money. Yeah.
Of course, it's costing taxpayers money, and it's absolutely at the discretion of LMC. So if they decide that they only want the commissioner to be a part-time role, it would be part-time at the salary range that is already prescribed in your finance books. You should definitely be able to look this up, Minister. You would have all of the tools at your discretion to find out what that would look like at a half-time range, at a full-time range. If there were multiple staff, you may want to have that conversation with the minister.
I mean, you are the sponsor of the bill, so I would think that you would have researched that and be able to present that information to the House. That's enough, Jared. I don't need it anymore.
Okay.
The House doesn't get to make that decision.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. And I did ask that question yesterday, and
You did.
I guess the Honourable Minister wasn't part of the collaboration when they went through these bills and come up with all these amendments. I mean, there's 27 pages. There's 27 pages to this bill, 32 amendments. We still have some to receive. We are really going to have a look at the new revised bill. Like, how can we pass a bill with amendments flashing all over the place here, and we're supposed to absorb all this in one afternoon? Like, we were presented with a bill, and I respect and I thank the staff for all their hard work, like the Minister of Agriculture said, to put this together, but 32 amendments to a 27-page bill. Like, I think it needs to be rewritten with the amendments, and then we bring it back to the floor.
That happens in third reading, Minister, or Member, excuse me. You'll be happy to know that. If you had any concerns about absorbing this, I would have encouraged you to participate in a briefing. If anyone in your caucus would have chosen to participate in a briefing, I would have been very happy to go through this with you. I can tell you that the bulk of the amendments are within categories of 4 or 5 word changes. And then as the direct result of that is those words have to be changed in multiple places throughout the bill.
Leader of third party.
Thank you very much, Chair. And that's quite a comment to make as a proponent of a bill. Like,
that you didn't take a briefing?
We're talking
third party.
32 amendments to something. Like, I mean, we choose to see some of the bills and sit down with you, and we choose some not. Well, we didn't with this one. But I'm making a point. And I don't think you should take it that lightly and throw that back at me, that we didn't take in the consultations. I mean, we're sitting here today dealing with this.
Absolutely.
Pardon me?
I said absolutely we are.
Okay,
And here's
thank
the
you,
thing,
Chair.
I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you have on this, certainly. But what you had said is you're having a hard time absorbing all of this bill. So I would have been happy to provide you with any answers to any questions you have ahead of time.
Leader of the third party.
Okay, to that point, we only got the amendments today. So you're talking about showing us the bill before. We just got these amendments when they were handed out.
I just didn't have any control over when you receive amendments. I didn't write them.
So then you have control of the comment you just made, that I could have partook in this or partaked in this, but I didn't have the amendments to do that.
Oh, I could have briefed you on it, certainly.
On the amendments?
I could have told you what the crux of them were.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Yeah. Shall this carry?
Carry. Oh, I actually have an amendment to this amendment.
Okay. The amendment has
I didn't
already
realize
carried.
we were done with questions at that moment.
Okay. Do you have a copy?
I do have a copy of the amendment.
Okay.
So I move that the House amendment be amended by the deletion of the period and the substitution of the words or April 1st, 2022, whichever is earlier.
So, honourable members, an amendment to the amendment will be distributed. Thank you. Pardon me? No. 4, section 4, right? Promoter, can you just give a brief explanation of this
Yeah,
amendment?
absolutely. So when the original amendment had come forward, the department had expressed a desire to have an additional amount of time so they could get the resources together that the minister outlined. So the original amendment that they laid out left that time frame very open-ended. This basically says it would be by April 1st of next year.
So, members, this is an amendment to the amendment of 47.
So, Chair.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
So, amendment was already carried, though.
So now they're amending the amendment. It's an amendment to the amendment.
It was carried.
Yes.
You can amend.
Okay, yeah, all right. Okay. Any questions? Shall the amendment to the amendment carry?
Carry.
Shall the amended amendment carry?
Carry.
Honorable Minister of Environment, Energy, and Climate Action.
Thank you, Chair, and thank everyone for their patience. This is the last one, the House Amendment Preamble, the last one I have. Not saying other people can't amend things, but so I move that one, Bill number 108 is amended by the deletion of the preamble and substitution of the following. Whereas residents recognize the inherent intrinsic value of the environment for the prosperity of the province, and whereas a healthy and ecological balanced environment is intrinsically linked to the health of communities, families, and individuals of Prince Edward Island, and whereas residents should have the means to ensure that decisions affecting the environment are achieved in an effective, timely, open, and fair manner, and whereas the Legislative Assembly recognizes the cultural and spiritual significance of the environment to Indigenous peoples who have lived in Prince Edward Island since time immemorial, and whereas the Legislative Assembly acknowledges that there's a history of environmental racism in Prince Edward Island that has disproportionately negatively affected historically marginalized, vulnerable, and economically disadvantaged individuals, groups, and communities, particularly Indigenous people and people of color. And whereas residents share the responsibility to protect, preserve, and restore the environment for the benefit of present and future generations, and whereas the government of Prince Edward Island, as the representative of the people, is the trustee of the environment, and whereas the government has the primary responsibility to protect, preserve, and restore the environment within its jurisdiction, and whereas the Legislative Assembly affirms that residents have the right to a healthy and ecological balanced environment, and whereas the government recognizes the socioeconomic and ecological threats posed to anthropogenic climate change, and whereas the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People provides that Indigenous peoples have the right to the conservation and protection of the environment.
Okay, are there any questions? Shall it carry?
Carry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, thank you. One second.
Sure.
I want to thank the member and Michelle. They work with staff. I really didn't do anything but read these things the last couple of days, but I know they work really hard with our staff to make this work, so thank you.
Okay. So now we're going to have leader of the third party.
One comment, and I certainly will be supporting this bill, but we'll look forward to some questions at third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
So any discussion on the bill as amended? Carry the bill. Carry the bill. Any discussion on the bill as amended? Okay, I have a few things I want to say first. And that is, have you, so in consultation with the, I'm assuming that the Minister of Environment reached out to you to make these amendments, is that correct?
I reached out to the department to ask
Okay.
them if they would like to review the bill and comment, and they
Right,
had
and they
lots
came
of
back.
feedback.
Okay, no, and I can appreciate that. So, and you went to your caucus is in full support of all these amendments?
We had a lengthy opportunity to go back and forth on amendments. It was probably 3 days of
Okay.
meetings and going through it, and these were the amendments that we agreed on.
Okay, and so so if your caucus is in support of this, and is in support of this bill, would you consider this bill to be sloppy?
Oh,
Work.
absolutely not.
Okay, and I'm just saying that because that was said to another bill that was on the floor, and this one here is 30 amendments to it, and you don't consider this one sloppy, but another bill that was on the floor was, and that's all I have to say, is that, you know what I mean? You can't, when the shoe fits, put your foot in it.
So,
Okay.
I will
So,
respond to that
sure.
and just let you know that when you are just changing a word
Mhm.
instead of the intent behind it, the
Yeah.
substance was already in the bill. We just got the language correct.
30, I'm sorry, I have the floor. 30 amendments, and some of them were a page long. So we weren't just changing a word, honorable member. So is there any further discussion on this? Okay, shall the bill carry?
Carry.
Pardon me? Okay, so where do I go? Yep, and I'll have to read all this.
I know during your classes.
Yeah, it's different, since it's a different preamble, so it would be.
Shall, the Environmental Bill of Rights, shall it carry?
Carried. I move the preamble as amended and the enacting clause.
Whereas residents recognize the inherent and intrinsic value of environment for the prosperity of the province, and whereas a healthy and ecologically balanced environment is inextricably linked to the health and communities, families, and individuals in Prince Edward Island, and whereas residents should have the means to ensure that decisions affecting the environment are achieved in an effective, timely, open, and fair manner, and whereas the Legislative Assembly recognizes the cultural and spiritual significance of the environment to Indigenous people who have lived in Prince Edward Island since time immemorial, and whereas the Legislative Assembly acknowledges that there is a history of environmental racism in Prince Edward Island that has disproportionately and negatively affected historically marginalized, vulnerable, and economically disadvantaged individuals, groups, and communities, particularly Indigenous people and people of color. And whereas residents share the responsibility to protect, preserve, and restore the environment for the benefit of present and future generations, and whereas the government of Prince Edward Island, as a representative of the people, is the trustee of the environment, and whereas the government has the primary responsibility to protect, preserve, and restore the environment within its jurisdiction, and whereas the Legislative Assembly affirms that residents have a right to a healthy and ecologically balanced environment, and whereas the government recognizes the socioeconomic and ecological threats posed by anthropogenic climate change, and whereas the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People provides that Indigenous peoples have the right to conservation and protection of the environment, therefore it be enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Prince of Prince Edward Island, okay, of the province, that is a correction, of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Carry.
Do you have an amendment? Pardon me? Okay, no, we don't need an amendment for that.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to with amendment.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Okay. So that's a different one.
Thanks, Wells.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration the bill to be entitled Environmental Bill of Rights, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to same with amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Amendments. The honourable member from Morel Donagh and the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from Montague Kilmere, that this House do adjourn until Friday, May 7th at 10 o'clock in the a.m.
Shall I carry? Have a good evening, everyone.